December 1st, 2025. Madam Clerk, can you start us with the prayer and the pledge, please?
Thank you for bringing us together today in a spirit of generosity. May we honor one another by keeping an open mind. May we voice our truth and listen with an open heart. May we discern your will to unite in a fruitful outcome. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I read.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Biergod? Yeah. Mr. Cristofaro?
Here.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Here.
Mr. Punchak? Here. Ms. Alves?
Here. Just before we go into executive session, I just wanted to move up one order of business to have some discussion on it before we go into executive session. And that would be discussion by council vote or other action on consideration of evidence regarding possible revocation of junkyard license for HT Auto LLC, DBA Leo's Auto, located at 955 Iron Mine Hill Road. Just wanted to let you know that we received an email today, the solicitor and myself. There has been counsel that's been brought onto this case, and they just wanted to see if they could be heard regarding this case also. So I wanted to ask the council if they would be willing to continue this to a date certain, which would probably be January 5th is our first date in January, to continue this to January 5th, so that way we could have a discussion with the members on our team as well as the owner and council without having their license expire today, and let them do business until this date of January 5th. And I wanted to see what the council felt towards this.
It's a bad look as far as I'm concerned.
In what regard, David?
Oh, so you get the email today about them hiring counsel. They've known for at least, what's that?
Sorry, Councilman, the attorney's here. Mr. Zan Gary's here,
So then why would we put it off if he's here?
because he just was hired.
Oh, so I just, to me, it's a
I
bad
didn't know
look.
if you wanted to hear from him. I just wanted to hear from him.
Oh, it's a bad look as far as I'm concerned. It's been going on for a long time. The emails that we get from the neighbors, pretty obvious. To give them another month, to me, is a bad look. And to say you hired an attorney on the day, what time was the email sent?
12:58.
So less than, 6 hours prior to this hearing.
I do know that there are a number of residents that intend to join tonight for the public hearing. They understand that there's an executive session, so we wouldn't go into open session until 7:40. I don't personally feel comfortable moving the public hearing before they're here. I think they're preparing to be here tonight, and we also asked the fire marshal and the chief, and both the chiefs, to be here as well. To piggyback on David's point, this has been an ongoing issue. I personally do not feel comfortable continuing to allow them to operate, knowing that there are outstanding violations that have not been rectified. They've been giving multiple opportunities to rectify these violations. They're continuing to operate outside of hours of operation. They're actually requesting that we extend their hours of operation, although they continue to operate not just outside of hours of operation, but also on holidays. It's my understanding that they were having deliveries on Thanksgiving. So I would like to move forward with the public hearing tonight.
I agree with you.
John, how do you?
I would tend to agree. Both things can be true. We can have the public hearing, and then we could decide after we have the public hearing, we'll let people be heard, that we could either, at that point in time, we could decide if we want to continue it or make a decision at that time.
Okay. I like that proposal. So it's council's decision to move forward with tonight, right? Before we move into, okay.
Yes.
Oh, not before we move into executive session.
Well, we just want to let them know so anyone
Okay.
could leave if they wanted to, but so we're going to go into executive session and
Yes.
proceed as normal. Okay.
But we will continue to have the public hearing tonight. Okay, thank you.
Madam President, there, again, if the attorney Zangari wants to be heard, there is a third option, right? There is a third option. The third option is if he still wants to prepare for the hearing, the council could continue the hearing to a date certain, but not continue the license.
I don't want to continue.
I didn't know if you want to hear from Attorney Zangari, but,
So the attorney can speak during
Yeah.
public hearing,
oh,
right?
yeah, he can do that if you want to.
Okay.
But he filed a request for continuance, and if the council wanted to address it, but if they don't,
So we can handle that all at the same time? Okay, so we'll listen to you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. So the next one would be executive session, which would be closed. Discussion by council vote or other action pursuant to Rhode Island General Law 42-46-5A2, sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation, or work sessions pertaining to collective bargaining or litigation or potential litigation. One, Nicholas Tomasetti versus Town of Smithfield through its finance director and treasurer, Antony St. Arch, case number 1-25CV00539-MSM-PAS, and Rhode Island Superior Court, case number PC 2019-10870, Town of Barrington, Town of Bristol, Town of Burrillville, Town of Charlestown, Town of Cranston, Town of East Greenwich, Town of Lincoln, Town of Little Compton, Town of North Kingstown, Town of North Providence, Town of North Smithfield, City of Pawtucket, City of Providence, Town of Smithfield, City of Woonsocket, Town of Coventry, Town of Cumberland, Town of Glocester, Town of West Greenwich, Plaintiffs versus State of Rhode Island, Gina M. Raimondo, in her official capacity of Governor of the State of Rhode Island, Nicholas A. Mattiello in his official capacity as Speaker of Rhode Island House of Representatives, and Dominick J. Ruggerio in his official capacity as President of Rhode Island Senate, defendant versus various school committees, municipal and school employee unions, teachers associations, laborers, international union locals, AFSCME local, Council 94 locals, NEA/NEARI locals, AFT locals, Teamster Local 251, and other municipal labor organizations, indispensable defendants. That's a motion.
Second?
You know,
Just need a breath.
we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. House.
Yes. All right, so we're going to go into executive session, and then we'll be
I would like to make a motion to come out of executive session and back into open session.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes.
So you're going to introduce the item? Because usually we're just done with executive, but since it's not open.
You can just say per the first one. Yeah, just don't read the whole thing, just the case number and the name, and you can say no vote taken, seal the minutes.
Okay, for open session, I would like to make a motion or indicate that for item number 1, Nicholas Tomasetti versus Town of North Smithfield, no votes or actions were taken during executive session. And for item number 2, Rhode Island Superior Court, case number PC 2019-10870, one motion and action was taken, and it was not to pursue the appeal in that case.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Thank you.
President, I was in the other room for a minute, I apologize. I just want to know if the council sealed the minutes.
Also seal the minutes
Oh.
on the first one.
Yes. Do I need to go back and rescind, or no?
Go back to that item?
To executive session? Okay. So, yeah, I need to just modify my previous motion for executive session is to seal the minutes of executive session.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Next item is open forum. Anyone like to sign up to speak in open forum? The first person is Jeff Porter. And if we could just please remain at 3 minutes per person.
Jeff Porter, 6 Country Way. I'm just here for the reappointments portion of the meeting. Here to answer any questions that you may have as I'm looking for reappointment to the planning board. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, Mike Clifford. He left? Okay, thank you. All right. Discussion by council vote or other action on consideration of evidence regarding possible revocation of junkyard license for HT Auto LLC, DBA Leo's Auto, located at 955 Iron Mine Hill Road. First one is a public hearing, and then also a vote by the council. Anyone
We
like
need
to
a
make?
motion to open the public hearing.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. If anyone would like to get up to speak during open public hearing, we can go up one at a time. Just make sure we state your name and your address, and I'll take note of it, okay? So whoever would like to go first?
Go for it.
My name is Emo Joseph Fabb the fourth, 235 Rocky Hill Road, Smithfield, of course.
I'm sorry, could you just repeat your name again?
Emo
Okay.
Joseph Fafford the fourth. I'm here on regards of the yard. I don't call it a junkyard. It used to be a junkyard until Edward took it over. It's almost like a palace now. It's beautiful inside there. I've been going to that yard since I was 7 years old. Matter of fact, my family is the first house ever built on Iron Mine Hill Road. Emo Joseph Fafford, of course, here, my great-grandfather. I've been hanging at Bernard's Auto Parts, too. I work with Brandon and Ralph Farah, too. And since Edward took over Leo's, I've been growing up there all my life. My mother, too, Diane Fafford, right here. It's like night and day. The place is beautiful. And Edward's he's a kind man. I actually, when his driveway got taken away from him by the Roys, that's how I ended up eating Edward. I ended up cutting all the trees down to put his new driveway in. And I don't know what's going on over here. I don't even know why we're here. Like I said, the place is immaculate. All I can say is that he is doing an exceptional good job. And my uncles at the end of Iron Mine Road, my Uncle Steve and Danny still live at the end of Iron Mine Road. And like I said, I don't know why we're here, to be honest with you. The place is beautiful. I helped them put up the fence, not once, not twice, 3 times. Put up 3 fences. I don't know what else to say besides I'm here to defend him. What else can I say? I'm not usually a speaker, you know. I'm just here to defend him. Anybody, something to say.
May I ask a clarifying question?
Yeah, fight for him.
Emo, what is
Yes.
your role at the junkyard?
I'm his friend.
Sorry.
I'm his friend.
His friend, okay.
I've
So
been
you're
here-
not employed by,
No.
Okay.
No. I'm on disability.
okay.
I'm physically disabled. I went to go to the yard once to pick up a pot for my car. And I didn't know he bought the place. I didn't know. And I went back a month later, and I thought it was closed. I'm like, because there's no access in there. I heard some banging in the back, so I walked in, and I said, what's going on here? Because the Roys don't let them use the driveway no more, so he had no access. I'm like, I'm a horticulture engineer in an arborist. You want those trees taken down? I'll be back. So I cut all the trees down, and I hired a contractor to come in to put the driveway in for him. I set him up with a contractor, and ever since then, he's my buddy.
Thank you, Emo, thank you.
You're well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Kerry Roy, 911 Iron Mine Hill Road. I live next to the junkyard, and my grandfather actually was the person who opened the junkyard very many years ago. I've lived there for 44 years, my whole life, grew up in the junkyard, basically playing around in the junkyard. First of all, the entrance to the junkyard, that was our land to begin with, and my parents and myself were kind enough to let every owner that used it to have it so they could use the employee parking and the customer parking, and that wasn't the situation this time around. In fact, it was used to store more junk, and all the trucks and all the cars were parking still on the road. So we then had to close off the parking next to, on my land, that we were allowing him to use, because he was using junk everywhere. It was just junk. It was filled with junk up to the road. So we had to end up cutting that off because we couldn't even get in our own backyard. Trees are being cut on our land, feces on our property. I have a USB right here. Is there any way that I could, forgive me, I'm not technologically advanced here, so when I transfer everything over, it's like all over the place, even though I put it in time, date, order. But I have a USB here. We don't have to go through all of it. I approximately have about 1,800 pictures and videos of violations, but I've had to cut it short tonight because you don't want to spend hours here, and neither do I. So we're going to go over basics of them staying late after hours when they're open, people coming into the junkyard or people stopping by the junkyard and they are unloading goods instead of just doing junkyard business. So we have boxes, you'll see they have containers in the back of their cars. You'll see cars lined up down the driveway of the junkyard with trunks open, car doors open, and people are taking things out and he's shipping them in shipping containers. You will see trucks going in and out, blocking the road. You will see them unloading in the road. You will see them loading in the road. Multiple times on holidays, 4th of July, I've got them on Memorial Day being open. I've got them on Thanksgiving. We've had car deliveries on Thanksgiving this year. That was delightful when you're trying to have a dinner and you hear beep, 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 crash. Like I said, that's pretty much junk. I have junk, lots of junk. It's not beautiful. My grandfather owned it. It was beautiful then. It's like a third world country back there now. It's piled with junk, tires. He may have cleaned it, and I'm going to say this. I went back there today, and in saying this, he did put a fire lane out there, which was great. He had a car on my property November 17th. He put back a junk car he put back on my property after he cleaned it off. That is now off there. He's done a little bit as far as cleaning up, you know, the mattresses and stuff, but he had all that there for months, even when he was told in April to get rid of that stuff. That stuff stayed there until maybe September, and then he only started doing the aisle last week, the fire aisle last week. So that's basically, it's last minute. Everything he's done has been last minute, and he's had plenty of opportunities. I know, I'm sorry. I have, like I said, I wish it was on. Is it not open?
Yeah, it's not open.
Really? We can't do my laptop either and plug it in? No?
Those your pictures on Facebook?
I have pictures on Facebook, yeah.
You can go to Facebook and-
Yeah, some of them, yeah. Yeah, you could probably do some of them on Facebook.
Facebook is blocked on this.
All right, hopefully. I'm not really good with that stuff. I know how to put everything together, but I was not good with transferring. But in any case, so there are multiple violations. He was supposed to have a gate. There's no gate up in front. The fence was supposed to be, according to the guidelines, the fence was supposed to be surrounding the property, blocking from view. We have one side fence on my abutting property, not on the other side. He's supposed to be having. Junk cars have been lined up the driveway. I can't even have a shed in my front yard. How is he gonna have junk cars lining up the driveway in front of his existing building that he already has there? That should all be put in back of the line of the existing building. Same thing with the truck bodies, those shouldn't be in the driveway as well. If people, regular residents, can't have stuff in their front yard, then I think the same thing should apply to a junkyard, because it's junk, and we can't even put a nice shed in our front yard. I gotta do all our video emails, so it don't matter. Anyway, just everything. We got random people. Like I said, every month we've got 2 or 3 times that cars just come pull on in. I've got them on April 5th, blocking driveways, trucks drop blocking driveways. People, you guys got all the emails and pictures I've sent you with all the pictures on them. Trucks blocking the driveway, people pulling in, people pulling stuff, bags and boxes that aren't junkyard things. A junkyard, according to the town, is supposed to consist of car parts, and anything that has to do with cars, not boxes, not goods. This isn't a exporting good business. If it was, it wouldn't be in the zoning that it is right now. And it's a non-conform use of land. So if you give him, if he's exporting goods that are other than junkyard goods, then that pretty much changes the whole entire business substantially, which means that he cannot still be running under non-conform use if he's changed it to exporting goods now. It's just, do we got it now? It's giving you a hard time?
I have the first picture up here, I just can't get it over.
Can you change your display, CJ, so you're displaying your second screen on the monitor?
Yeah, well, I just can't even get the more than one picture open.
Oh,
Oh, so you'd have to do it singly?
Yeah.
But anyway, so there are multiple things that haven't gotten done. And whatever has gotten done in the last minute, and it happens all the time. He did previously clear the aisle, the fire aisle. The first time that it came around for May 24th was the first time that he had to get everything clean, right? And then it was June, and then after June, then it was August 1st, and then after August 1st, then we had a September 3rd hearing, and then after the September 3rd municipal court, we had another September 24th or 18th one that we had to go to, and they gave him till November because supposedly he was supposed to have a car crusher coming to clean up everything. He told the judge. Now, I mean, it's still a mess back there. He's done better. I'm gonna say that, a little bit better. But the problem is that he always goes back to what he's always doing. Once all the heat is off of him, he'll go back to throwing the junk around. He'll go back to putting the mattresses there. People, if you're not on him, then he makes a royal mess out of everything. Oh, here we go, here's some of it. All right. So this happens, can you put the date down a little bit, because they're a little out of order, and I gotta make sure that I, sorry about that. There you are. So that was April 4th. This was actually at 7:58 in the morning. This truck pulled up. It parked in front, later on you'll see because they're out of order. It parked in front of my house until about 8:50. It backed down the road at 8:50. It unloaded it, I think he was going to unload in the street. I have to look back at the video. And then he pulled back up and he blocked my driveway, and he was there for maybe 5 minutes. And I had to ask him to move his truck. This is an everyday occurrence that this was happening, an everyday occurrence. He sat out in front of my house from 7:58. They're not even open till, it's supposed to be 8 o'clock in the morning, right, 8 to 5. And he sat there for an hour in front of my house with his engine running, the whole entire time in the morning. And then back down the street, just like that, with that big long trailer, and then proceeded to back up the street and park right there and block my driveway. That was on April 4th. You can go to the next one. Please. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be demanding.
No, that's right. Just making sure those streams were going.
We don't have to go through all of these. All right, so here's the junkyard before they put the fence up right there. And as you can see, all the junk. He's got cars going all the way down here. In fact, there used to be trees abutting both properties, but nobody knew where the property line was, even with my property stakes, and they cut down trees on my own property, supposedly, with markers. Yes, I have markers and I have pictures. So all that right there, that is all junk. That never existed before when my grandfather or anybody else owned it. By the way, I've been through 5 owners, and I have never, ever, ever had a problem with anybody else up until 2021 when Edward took over. I have never had a complaint. It's never been like a dump back there. It's never been used as a dump by other town people. It's just been used as a regular junkyard. That was it. All right, next picture. That is from April 4th. That's from April 4th as well. All the junk piled up. Here's the building right up here. That's supposed to be where cars are taken apart on, but it's blocked. That right there was also a storage, so everything was being kept neat and clean. It's blocked. You see barrels here. You see tires all over nothing's even organized. If you go to North Smithfield Auto Salvage, you'll see they've got it organized over there to a team. Better than this right here. And that's usually how it goes. You have aisles in between the cars. You have an aisle to go down.
Carrie, I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second. I'm going to request that everybody be respectful when others are talking, unless you are standing at that podium. If you could just remain silent and not make a mockery out of people that are speaking. Thank you.
Please to the next one. All right, this is the entrance too. You walk right on in. There's the building to the left. There's a boat on top. Never had that on top of. Well, mattresses right here. You get all mattresses. You walk in. There's not cars are piled up on top of each other. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. Just take a look at it. It's never been like that when my grandfather owned it or anybody else. Next picture. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. This is a video. So we have cots right here. We've got bicycles. We've got grills. This is a junkyard, not a dump. It's a junkyard. It's an auto salvage place. It's not a dump for other people from other towns and other states to bring their stuff to dump off. Go ahead, you can go to the next one. All right, here's my back property right here. All these cars right here are on my property, my back property. Some were there before he took over. Some were there. From Chris, we allowed Chris to do a little bit, and he had an aisle going through, a safety aisle, a fire aisle going through. If you look here, there is no fire aisle at all. There is no aisle right here. It just kept piling on the cars. You can go to the next one. That too is my property as well. This is all my property. There is a stake right where that pile of cars are. That's my property stake. And there's a van right over here, and that's my property stake. This is all cars piling on my property in the back. That we have asked in 2023 with a lawyer's letter for all of it to be actually taken off. He was encroaching on 3 parts of my property, and he got a certified letter from my lawyer in September 2023 asking him to take this stuff off, and here we are in 2025 in April, and it's still here. Now it's not, but it was then. There's more, you can skip through that, that's just more of the junk. This is more of my property, more of the, yeah.
Let me know when you want me to stop.
Yep, you can go ahead, that's more of my back property, that's more from, there's the other stake right there on the side of the van, my property's all to the right of it. That's all is junk. There you go. All the back property, all the junk is stored on. There's my other stake, my father and I pointing out that's the property. Here's the pile of cars back there, piled up, miles high. Same thing. No aisles. This is in April. Got a little space right there, other than that, no aisle in the front, no aisle in the back. You can stick it in. That's feces on my property, people taking dumps on my property, because they didn't have a portage on, nor did they have running water, so they were having a special defecating area on my property line that they were pooping, and there's toilet paper all over the place and human feces all on my property. Next one. Here's more of the junkyard, no aisle. There's storage shipping containers, all the tires back there in the building. It's crazy. It's just, I've never seen it like that. More junk, more junk. That's the beginning. That's what's on my property right there. Pile of junk, barrels, mattresses. Mind you, right on that side, there was standing water. So whatever is there could possibly go right on into the water because he's got them tipped. We don't even know what's in those piles. I mean, it's like a free-for-all in those piles. Go ahead, please. Oh, you can go to the next one. That's just my property line. That's the truck body that was on my back property that people were, when they were coming to dump their goods off, they would put it in there first, in the truck body. There's more barrels. There's the water right there that you can see abutting the property. There's more junk, it's just a lot. Go ahead, next. Yep, there you go. Barrels, mattresses, sofas. You want a sofa? We got sofas, we got bicycles, we got grills. We've got, at one point, we had kids' toys, outdoor furniture back there. This is a dump. It's not, this isn't an auto salvage place. There's more mattresses on top. It's been used as a dump. No aisle, all the cars right there piled up. This was actually recently, this was November 17th. This truck pulled up and I think that's November 17th, is that what it says? I can't read. November 11th or 17th. This truck came up, he was already supposed to be closed. It was 5:48 in the evening. It was already supposed to be closed at 5. And this truck stayed right there around that corner. Unloaded cars right there, right across from my driveway. When the junkyard's further down the road on the right in the middle of the road, blocking the corner. He's got people that truck stayed there, I think, for over maybe an hour. I think I have it on video, the same thing. There's a guy right here, perfect example. This guy sat here, the junkyard closed, it was Saturday. It was 2:43. This guy sat out in front of the junkyard. See everything in his back truck? That's what they're unloading. They're boxes, they're duffel bags, I don't even know. Look, it's a whole bunch of stuff. It's a whole bunch of stuff that's not junkyard stuff. I've never seen this in a junkyard. I've never seen people show up just to drop stuff off all the time. In bags, in duffel bags. Here, oh, yep, you can go to the next one. Here's cars lined up. You can go to the next one because I'm going to show you. All right, you see this guy? He's got a box that he's pulling out from his truck. The car in front of him's got all the doors open and the trunk open. They're unloading their vehicles right there. That was on November 17th, right as we had at 3-something on November 17th. There it is, right there. There they are, a whole line of cars. They unload their stuff. I don't know what they do, but he's shipping. He's going to be shipping it unless he's storing it in the junkyard, which it's not junkyard goods. So go ahead, there you go. It's just showing the cars with all their trunks open. This was Thanksgiving. Car came by, a truck. dropped it off. Over on Iron Mine, none of us ever get a break. He's there on Sundays, he's there on the holidays, even though we shouldn't be, we don't get any rest, he's there hours past his time of staying open. You know, it's just crazy. Go ahead, next time. Oh, there's more, this is from earlier, these are more sofas, more trash, I think we saw those already. I think they're on there twice. Yeah, I think I accidentally put them on there twice. That's why I didn't like the USB, because I'm like, I can't see any timestamps on any of it. Here's another time. This is actually, remember the guy in the red truck that had the stuff in back? He showed up 2 days later, after November 1st, that's when it was. And this is November 3rd, and they're carrying the containers that they got right there, right off the back of his truck. That's what they're doing, right off the back of his truck. They're unloading. What's in the boxes? What's in the containers? Not car parts, not cars. They're being shipped out. I don't know. The other guy that had the box, that wasn't a car part in a box. That's ridiculous. Here's more junk. This is more junk. This is barrels. This was September 30th, after they had the municipal court. This is the third fence that Emil and Edward put up, right? This is the third fence that they put up. Is that a dryer or a dishwasher right there? What is that right there in the thing? Is that a dryer or a washer right there that doesn't belong there? Then we got chairs right over there. Well, it's not a junkyard thing, so. That shows you can see right up over here, I wish it came up a little clearer, but I call it Mounto junk cars, or Mounto dump cars, or whatever. You can see it right from the road. It's really a sight. It really is a sight. It's horrible, actually. Go ahead, next one. This was in the very beginning, I believe. Oh, yep, you can go to the next one. There's more junk. Oh, that was October, and they were there later on, October 23rd, and there are people unloading. Way past 5 o'clock, I think it's like 5:48. This is like an everyday thing. They stay every day late, or people come every day late, and the cops come to shut them down, and 15 minutes later, they're back there and just sneak right on in. Go ahead, next one right there. That's just a view of the junkyard as well. Oh, actually, you can put that back, 'cause I don't know if you guys can see it. There's a guy right there with a tub from the same day that everybody lined up on, which happened to be April 5th. And they're unloading their trunks, which you will see the video of, and they're putting them right into that truck body that was on my property. They're loading containers, boxes, tubs into the truck body that was on my property.
Carrie, does that truck property leave? Does that truck body leave?
That truck body does not.
Does not.
That's stable. He finally moved it off my property, I'd have to say in like late May, and he ended up putting it in his driveway. Now it's in his driveway. But he does get shipping containers, and in fact, this month, probably around 3 or 4 shipping containers. I know we received 2 within like 6 days of each other. I have them all on video. So shipping containers are constantly coming in and out. And they have for all this time, which is why I'm wondering why none of it has been cleaned up previously. Because the shipping containers were, I guess, allowed to ship car and car parts so that he could be in compliance with the zoning. And all these months, obviously, there's been piles of cars up until probably the last, I have pictures from November 7th, so 17th, so anytime between then, it's still, I'm sure, like I said, he's done some cleaning. I didn't see the mattresses there, but that's pretty brand new, maybe in the past month, you know? So all this time, everything's been done down to the nitty-gritty, you know, just for this time, you know? And then it could possibly be going back. So that's more people, they're putting more stuff in there. That's more stuff in the truck body. That's another picture of them doing that. There's more junk right there, piled up high. Yeah, there's the U-Haul. When the U-Haul comes around, that's when they put everything in the shipping. He unloads too, the U-Haul. Every time the shipping container comes, all these people come with their goods. The U-Haul ends up coming, vans end up coming. It's a jolly good time, and everybody unloads goods into the junkyard.
Carrie, can I interrupt you for a
Yeah.
second? can you show us like some more recent pictures, and then that way, because I'm sure a lot of other people want to speak too.
Yep, so these are the recent pictures right here. So this is of them unloading the truck. So these are of the past month, November 3rd, they were unloading from their vehicles goods, and November 17th. That was also recent too, of them unloading, people coming and unloading and lining up, unloading their trunks and stuff like that. These are out of order, so I'm trying to see which one's of which. You can probably go to the next one. You can go to the next one. These are all of them. That one's just from, yeah, that one shows the U-Haul coming on. There you go. That's my Johns. You can keep going. I'm not sure. What's that? The fence?
The fence, yeah.
You did do a good job on the fence. I did like the fence. You did a good job. But you can still see, that's the old fence, yeah. This was a Saturday, I believe. You can keep going, because I have October. You can keep going. Here's one. Here's one, a truck. I can't tell the time on that one. I'm kind of blind, but I have the time on my computer. But late at night, nonetheless. I've had a truck that was there at like 2:42 a.m. You can keep going. You can keep going on that one. Yeah. You're out of order, so I'm trying to figure out which is which. Here's the shipping container that we delivered. Here's a U-Haul, another U-Haul parking out front, blocking the road. Other cars are going in. That's an older one. You can keep going. There you're driving down. There's people blocking the road. I can't see what these are on these. Oh, this is another time they were there late. It was like almost 7 o'clock. They got a shipping container coming in. They should have been closed. Go ahead, next one. That's a cop leaving.
Carrie, I think we collectively as the town council do obviously appreciate all of your evidence.
I know.
I would like to just summarize
Yeah.
some of what we've seen
Okay.
based on the pictures this evening and some of what you've said. So, and I apologize, I'm having
No,
a hard
no,
time
no,
breathing,
there's
being
so
almost
much,
8
and
months
I-
pregnant. So it sounds like they are regularly open after hours.
Correct.
It sounds like they, or based on the pictures, that they're getting deliveries that aren't necessarily in compliance with junkyard or auto salvage.
Correct.
It sounds like they, or looks as though they were also on your property, which has to date been cleaned out, but it was formerly, they've moved back into that property. They have, most recently cleaned that out as well.
Correct.
Like, there's no cars on that
Right,
side as well.
right.
The fence has been put up based on, I think, what was a violation. They were required to put up a new fence. And then you said that there's obviously other stuff on that property, other junk or, garbage that's not supposed to be there based on our zoning.
Right, and no gate. And no fence on the other side, because it's
Okay.
supposed to be blocked from public view, right?
Okay.
So there's gonna be a fence on the other side, right? Actually, there should be a fence all around it, because cars keep coming and going off my property constantly, but
Okay.
a fence on the other side of the driveway for all the other neighbors, they don't wanna see that stuff.
Yeah, oh,
either,
absolutely,
you know?
absolutely, there's,
So,
absolutely.
yeah, I would say that.
And are there any other big ticket items that I missed?
The blocking of the road, the unloading of the road, the cops have actually had to come and tell them to stop unloading in the road or move your vehicles, because they all show up at the same time and they go 2 by 2 on the side of the road.
Okay.
Blocking the road right on the corner over there. So, yeah, holidays coming and
Right.
going, so all that stuff. Yeah, it's like a lot of stuff,
Oh, absolutely.
And then we don't know where all the oil is going. Does he have receipts? What's the disposal of the oil of the vehicles? What's the disposal of the hazardous? Are there receipts? None of my neighbors or I have ever seen vehicles. We've all been there our whole entire lives, and some of us for a couple decades, some of them, and newer ones, but they still have had problems because their lawns have been run over by semi-trucks. He's unloaded a semi-truck just in the past month, right off in the middle of the road from a semi-truck, a big semi-truck unloading a semi-truck, backing it all the way up the hill and into the junkyard,
Okay.
right in the middle of the road.
And then it's also our understanding that they were recently in municipal court and that there were a number of violations, I believe, that this business was supposed to address. So I would like to better understand, and I know that our zoning official is here, I would like to better understand, you know, the current status. I know the fire marshal is here, our fire chief, as well as our.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't,
No.
I'm not USB
No,
literate, so
This is
technology.
hugely helpful, and this was the purpose of this tonight. But I would like to better understand to date what the current status is.
Yeah.
So I don't know, Leo, if, Mr. Cody, if you would be able to provide us with an understanding of the existing violations, and what the current status is of those.
All right, she did a very good job.
I know
basically.
Carrie's very thorough.
Yeah, Leo Cody, Building Zoning. Basically, he has made attempts. He has been working on it, but the violations as of today are still an issue.
Mhm.
So they're not fully in compliance. So he has another municipal court hearing on December 17th.
And what are the violations, Leo?
It is for the expansion of the junkyard activities beyond the property lines,
Mhm.
which is, and there was the fence I put on there. It is the shipping and the expansion.
Shipping. What do you mean by shipping?
Because of the bulk amount of stuff that comes in and goes.
Mhm.
I was trying to explain to him that the junkyard as it existed, they probably operated with a flatbed, so you get a couple of cars in, then cars leave by crusher or whatever. But,
Mhm.
he just has a bulk operation with trailer truckloads.
Mhm.
So.
So it sounds like nothing's actually leaving. Has there been a crusher on the
In
property?
the past month, it seems more has come in than has left.
Okay.
So
And
the
then it's
yard
my
has gotten-
understanding that they were supposed to have a crusher to come in
Yeah,
and that has not
the
happened.
municipal court in October, the
Mhm.
crusher was supposed to be there by October, and it just arrived last week, so,
It did arrive.
so,
Okay.
fire marshal and myself were there today, so he's expecting to start crushing by
Mhm.
this week, I guess.
So it was two violations, shipping and expansion past the boundaries of the property.
Correct.
Okay. So,
Ordinance number is 5.411, and 4.3, the non-conforming use.
non-conforming use.
Yeah.
And non-conforming use covers the shipping.
Yeah, it covers because he's beyond property lines, he's
Mhm.
out in the road and all that.
What about the mattresses? What about the other non-car parts? Is that included in the
That
non-compliance?
Seems to have, yeah, that would be non-conforming use,
Okay.
so.
Hours of operation, what does that fall under? Is that something that, Chief Lafferty, is that something that falls under
Yeah,
your
that-
jurisdiction? I know,
It's on the municipal court, it's zoning, and there's.
zoning.
And there's a lot of gray area between what's grandfathered, what's in the actual charter.
Mhm.
And we addressed that in municipal court last week, and I believe we spoke with Solicitor Shambo about that charter.
Okay, what was the outcome of that?
The,
Hours of operation. Operating within and outside of hours of operation.
yeah, so basically it's his license issue. So if he doesn't stay in compliance with that, he's in violation.
But currently, he's operating outside of hours of operation.
Because
He
it's
has-
8 to 5, right?
There has been evidence of that, yes.
Okay. And it also sounds as though he's operating on holidays.
There's been evidence of that too, yes,
Okay. So we've been operating outside of the hours of operation and on holidays.
yes.
Okay. Is there a violation for that?
It's not in my ordinance, no.
Okay.
It's in the green book. It's in the code of ordinances.
Okay.
Can I ask you a question? I went to municipal court, but were there any written or verbal warnings that were issued prior to going to court?
Yeah, he's had first notice issued back in April,
And that's all documented?
and yeah, I have both notices here,
Okay,
and he was just served in municipal court for this.
okay. All right.
And what was the next step for municipal court? Is there a deadline to rectify these violations?
Yeah, so the 17th. I'm hoping
December 17th.
He's back in court again, so.
Okay.
And what is he supposed to happen then? Is he supposed to show some
The
sort
yard's
of?
supposed to be back into conformance, so.
So fence around the entire perimeter?
I wouldn't be able to make him do the whole perimeter, because I know the yard existed before that went into the ordinances.
Okay.
But the screening from the neighbors is what I'm
Right.
trying to get him to accomplish.
Right.
So if he can screen the frontage and everything from the neighbors, that would satisfy the ordinance
Okay.
that he falls under right now.
On the fire chief?
Hmm?
Was it the fire chief?
Yes, Chief Chartier, I'd like an understanding of the status of the. Okay.
Good evening, Captain LeBar, Fire Marshal. What exactly, I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Well, it's my understanding that there aren't fire lanes, or there weren't previously fire lanes.
Correct.
Has that been rectified?
At this point, no, it has not.
Okay.
I've visited the property multiple times, back starting in April. A lot of citizens complaints, and during that time, on May 6th of this year, I did issue a violation for what we follow for the fire code, which is NFPA. In NFPA 1, that book is chapter 18.2, which gives us the fire department access. And that basically demands that the fire lane be 20 feet wide minimum. There also is a height requirement, but that doesn't come into play at this point. Also with that, it also must be maintained constantly. It cannot be blocked at any point in time. I went up there on May 6th. He was issued a violation. When I went back for a follow-up of that violation at the end of May, the work had been done. The area had been cleared. It was to my satisfaction. We moved forward. Again, been up there multiple times since then. The most recent issue that I've had as far as a violation for Mr. Torero was on November 20th, which is his business license renewal, which needs my recommendation. When I went up there, the access road at that point, if you can just bring up that first. Just a picture. I have a picture of the area. I'm sorry if it's not great. The access road down towards the bottom is Iron Mine Hill Road, and it should be an access road leading all the way up to the back here. Actually, this property was owned by Ms. Roy. So up to this point, this is approximately 700 feet of alleyway. That should be cleared at 20 feet wide from front to back, so that we can gain access with our fire apparatus. If there were to be any incident, fire, so forth, to get in there. So again, 20 feet wide from front to back. When I had gone up there on the 20th, I found significantly more vehicles than on previous inspections, and the access road was actually blocked from about this point here all the way backwards, so approximately 500 feet. So at that point, I had only about, if I had the required access, which would have been 20 feet, which I didn't have at that point, which is anywhere between 11 and 13, my trucks are 9 feet wide. We had about 200 feet to go in walking. The rest was blocked. He was issued a violation at that time. I explained to him everything that I needed to get done, and that violation was an immediate repair. I responded back up there on the, that was a Thursday with the 20th. I responded back up there on the 24th for the follow-up of that particular violation. There was little to no improvement that I could see from the front. He did tell me that he was working towards in the back of the area, but unfortunately, it's kind of an all or none. I can't allow certain sections to pass and others to fail. So at that time, I gave him a follow-up letter stating that he was in non-compliance with that, so he failed that inspection as well. And then that brought us to today. I was up there with Mr. Cody. We did see improvement. If you could go to the next picture. This morning, I was able to get some drone footage. This is actually from the back side of the property. So up here is where is Iron Mine Hill Road, and it comes in here. You'll notice here, this is where Mr. Torero has placed the crusher at this time. So Mr. Cody and myself, we were up here. We were up there with Mr. Torero. We toured the property. He has made some improvements. This area has been opened up considerably from where it was on November 20th. And Mr. Torero has said that these cars here in this area, they aren't to my liking for the main reason that they're stacked 3 high. And this entire area are cars that are stacked three cars high. He said that those cars are ready to be crushed and sent out. But again, at this time, this doesn't meet the standards that we need to meet for the 20-foot aisle all the way down. I have also explained to Mr. Torero that in the past that once this is cleaned out, we need, first of all, we need to get in there. Second of all, we need aisles between the rows of cars to make, not only to be able to get in there to mitigate any situation, fire and so forth, but also to give it somewhat of a fire break. If a car is up against another car, there's a good chance that it'll catch it quicker and the fire will grow. So that's mainly what we've talked to with him over the past few weeks and months.
So with that lane being not like a straight shot, it's kind of,
It's
is that,
curved.
can you get in there like with that?
As long as we maintain that 20 or more feet, then yes, then we can get in there. So that is the issue that we have. If it's just barely enough to get the truck in there, we won't make any of those tight corners.
What's the cadence of regular inspection to ensure that he remains compliant, this business remains compliant?
So if I issue him a violation, obviously then it will require a follow-up. But as far as the normal everyday business, usually it's just, it's either at my discretion or when they come up for renewal.
Okay,
So, or if I receive a citizen complaint.
okay. Thank you very much.
Would it just take one complaint for you to have to go back up there?
Exactly, yes,
Okay.
yep. Any complaint that whether it's an anonymous or other, I will respond to that complaint and I will investigate 100%.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I ask a question? Are all these autos drained of any oil, gas, etc., before being crushed?
That would I'd have to defer to Mr. Torero. He would have to answer that question.
Because if not, that ground's getting saturated.
That, I can't speak to that, unfortunately.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Chief Lafferty?
Yes, Chief Lafferty, could you provide some insight into some of the calls that you receive on a reoccurring basis regarding hours of operation and anything else that may not fall under that?
Yes, our department has responded to that property numerous times for working after hours, trucks blocking the roadway, workers working, making noise after hours, holidays. We continuously request him to stop work and not to work and remind him of his hours of operation on holidays and after hours. We've had people pull off the road because it's an unsafe location to unload cars. A lot of times we're called, we respond, the trucks have left or the workers have left. We've told them to stop. We've left to go to other calls to service throughout the shift. And we're told by Ms. Carrier that they returned back to work. We've gone there. Some of the workers, once was a flat tire, that one of the workers was just trying to get out of there and fixing a flat tire. Another time, they were repairing the fence that the town said that they had to put up. And they were just advised that they couldn't do work on the property at the time after hours. So actions speak louder than words in this, and I actually went up to the junkyard one day and spoke to the owner. We just, with all these complaints, all these concerns, and I answer my calls, and I know there's a few people that I know personally on that road that call me, hey, chief, this is going on, that's going on. So it's obvious that the neighbors that surround that business are deeply disturbed at the activities going on there. And our municipal court, the way the enforcement works with the kinds of violations, I guess the enforcement end of it is not to renew the license. There's no ticket that we can give. There's a summons. We spoke to Solicitor Archambault about the working after hours, but it all defers back to zoning and renewing the license.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you. Anybody else want to get up and speak during the public hearing? I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Ralph Ferrer. I live at 971 Iron Mine Hill Road, which is right on the side of the junkyard. And Eduardo has been a good neighbor. Whenever they limited his hours, he followed it. He hasn't been there Sundays or holidays or any of that. I mean, maybe in the beginning he was, but he was just a go-getter trying to get his business going, you know, but everything they've wanted him to do, he's done, you know, and I could fill out 10 notebooks with how much he's helped my parents and all that stuff. So, but I don't want no fence on my side. You know, he doesn't bother me a bit. You know, ever since I grew up at 1081 Iron Mine Hill Road, which is right on the side of my house. And then I built a house, which is my parents' house. And then I built a house in between my parents' house and the junkyard in between there. And ever since I was born, there was always cars there. You know, so it doesn't bother me at all. But nights and weekends, I'm always home by 4:30, and I haven't heard any peeps after that. So a lot of people are exaggerating things. They got nothing to do but sit at home and look out the window, you know. But so as far as I'm concerned, I want them to stay. I think it's much cleaner and it's much quieter now than it ever was. Even when it was Leo's Auto, it always looked like a dump when it was Leo's Auto, you know, and everybody that's been there. But I think it's better now than it's ever been. He's complying. He moved everything back. He's spreading everything out. He's cleaning it up. You know, he keeps getting the car crusher there to clean all the debris up in cars and get it out of there. So I'm not much of a speaker, but
Thank you
I
for
had
your
to
time.
say something because I don't want to see him go anywhere. I like him.
Thank
And
you.
I think he's good for the property.
Thank you.
You know. Yep.
Anyone else?
How you doing? I live at 1050 Iron Mine. My name's Tim Colomb. Everything everybody is saying in here is not an exaggeration. I see everything that goes on because I am one that's looking out the window. I see the tractor trailers go by. I see the forklifts go by. I see the trash at my house. My property is the aquifer for the Woonsocket Reservoir. So where is all this oil going? When he starts crushing cars, where's all the oil going? Christmas, we got to listen to a crusher? There's $1 million homes around there. Who wants to listen to that? Beautiful? It's not beautiful. That's all I got to say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
My name is Ismail Jouf. I don't live on Iceman Road. I live in Woonsocket. But he's my customer. I buy all his engines. It's been like 3 months I didn't buy any because he explained to me what's going on. I see it all the time. I live 5 minutes from him. He explained to me I have to follow the rules, I have to make it go. I understand everything. Whatever they say, that's true because Paul is a decent man. He's a friend of mine. He did help me a lot. Whatever you guys said, that's true because we want to make the city better. We want to make the neighbors better. That's right. I tell him, he tell me. Because I know how things work. I've been here I live in Woonsocket for 30 years. I'm part of Woonsocket. I know Smithfield. He explained to me, I agree with him. He has to make all the fire line. That's true. I said, don't worry about me. Just try to fix it. The crusher thing, he's been waiting since October. I know it 100%. He has no room, but he has to make it better. Like on the back, I saw it because I try to help him sometime too. Even money-wise, when he need money, I'm there for it. Because things is not going the way it's supposed to go. Because he has to comply with the city, with the state. That's normal. When it comes to the trucking, I'm a truck driver for 28 years. Sometimes I go to a neighbor before hours or after hours. They don't know that. You're gonna park over there. He has no control of that after hours or before hours. I go to shipping. He's a good man. Paul is a decent man too. Paul gave him a chance, that's true. But he's not there just to ignore it too. He's been working hard for it. But things are tight for everybody. 3 months, my business is up. But I can understand, I can live with that. because I want him to stay for another 20, 30 years, because there's some people working for him, feed their family. But he's not trying to ignore it. But he's not the fastest guy, too. He's not the fastest guy. I tell him that. I say, you need help, I'm there for you. He can make it better. He will make it better, 100%. If not, he's gonna lose me. All these drums or barrels, that's true. The reason why, say I load a container, I cannot go over 80,000 gross. I have 75. The 5,000, I live in a third world country. If I have a drum full of with food or clothes, I have to put it there to fill it up. That can help somebody else. Sometime after hours, some people, they can come. He's not there. He doesn't know who dropped it. That's his duty to, that's his property. He should be taking care of that. But sometimes some people, they do whatever they want to do. When he come, he complain. I say, you cannot do that, guys. Me, I want to do it. Because I live here 30 years. I know how things work in this country. I know way better than him. That's why I will never do that. But I will give him a chance to make it better. If he doesn't try to make it better, I will leave him, myself. Because I love myself first. But I try to give him a chance too. But he's been trying very hard. Because the back of the property, he did clean it, 100%. Even one nail is not there. The past, the thing is, the past, we cannot fix the past. The past is over, but the present and the future, that's how we're going to work with it. You have to work with your neighbors to make it better. Because what the guy said, that's true. You cannot have $1 million home and see a lot of junk. That's 100% true. But he's improving it. I can promise you, for the next month, he will never be the same. He did put a fence. He just ordered the gate. He did order. It takes a while to come. All the pipe, he ordered everything. He couldn't even afford it. But I did help him out because he's a good man. I've been coming over for a long time. I've been dealing with a lot of junk in Woonsocket. But he's a decent man. But he needs to improve it too. Sometimes the truckers, what the police chief said, that's true, 100%. But I'm a trucker. We do that all the time.
So it sounds like, based on what you said, that some people truckers do deliver outside of hours of operation.
Yes.
That when he's not on the property, when the owner of the business is not on the property, people are delivering outside of hours of operation, and he doesn't necessarily know what's being delivered. My other question, I think I have two more questions, and I think this might be for the zoning official. It sounds like we're also distributing goods, food and clothing in barrels.
No, those food and clothing, say I bought it, because my container live over there.
Okay.
When it's full, there's a room.
Okay.
I bring my stuff to donate it back home.
Okay, so we're bringing food and clothing to the junkyard to pack in barrels to then,
No, I already pack in barrels.
Okay.
I pack in by my house
okay,
to donate the used clothes my kids that they don't use
okay.
anymore.
To then bring it there, so then the shipping containers will then distribute them.
Yeah, I
to
put
the
it on top of it.
destination.
Whatever left over, I put it,
Okay.
ship it to donate it, because I
Okay.
don't need it anymore.
Thank you, I'm just not necessarily sure that that falls within our zoning ordinance, but.
It's not like I'm bringing food, whatever over there, no. Like when I'm loading it, there's a space, I tell my wife, can you pack some clothes
Okay.
or some food? He pack it, I put it in the barrel, I put it
Okay.
inside.
Okay, thank you. And then my only other question is, in the previous,
Excuse me.
the previous gentleman mentioned this, sorry, I didn't catch your name. The crushing of cars on the property? Yes, the crushing of cars on the property, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but it's top of mind, and I think it's a valid point that we need to address. It's my understanding that there needs to be a platform in order to crush cars so that,
You can't disassemble a car unless it's in a building.
okay,
That's the zoning of this town.
okay.
So how all of this is getting away
Well, how, if we're crushing, so I live next to,
It's not, it's never too late.
I live next to the
It
north.
can get worse.
If I stop paying my taxes because I gotta.
Oh, that, the analogy
Hold on.
just means.
Hold on.
Sorry,
nothing.
my question,
Would you like this in your
my
backyard?
question is this. I live next to the North Smithfield Auto Recycling. I understand that they have a platform that they have to crush cars on so the oil doesn't seep into the ground.
Yes.
Is that currently in the setup on this property? Where we're crushing cars, I think this question may be for you, Leo. Is there a spot on the property where when we're crushing cars, that oil is sitting on a platform and not allowed to seep into the ground?
The spot is full of stuff. He doesn't work on that spot where the concrete pad is.
Okay, so there's a concrete pad, and the crusher's not even on the concrete pad. The crusher is somewhere else. So the crusher cannot be operating unless it's sitting on a concrete pad to mitigate any potential contamination from fuel and oil. Well, I mean, the North Smithfield Auto Recycling in the past had that very same issue, and I think there was a brownfield there now. So I think that's something that we need to address, because if we have a crusher on the property, and that crusher is crushing cars, and there's no way to mitigate any sort of contamination of fuel or oil, that needs to be our priority. Because the gentleman just said that he abuts that property or lives right next to it, and he essentially, his property is the aquifer. So we need to ensure that we're not contaminating the ground. So that needs to be priority one. It doesn't matter if the aquifer, yep, sorry, you have to speak at the podium, but the aquifer is our main water source in town, so it feeds anybody on wells. So it's not just one person's aquifer because they live over it, it's the entire town's aquifer.
Excuse me. Leo,
Let's keep
Yeah.
people at the podium, one at a time.
Sorry.
excuse me. We can't have people talking while someone's at the podium.
That was my fault because I had a question for Leo, but
Okay, about the oil, I buy the engine and the transmission. Like when you crush it, the car is empty. But I buy the engine and the transmission. And the rear differential, I buy those. They stay with it. Nah, I don't want him to drain it.
okay.
I take it. But when you what do you call it? When you crush it, there's no compound, like there's no engine, there's no transmission, whatever. Because, like myself, I wouldn't let him do it. Because the water, I'm drinking the water.
Okay.
Or my neighbors, my friends, they live in North Smithfield, they drink it. I know how things work.
Well, I appreciate your experience,
Yes.
but I think the law is the law, and it
That's
has to be
right.
crushed on a platform.
That's
So
true.
I would like that to be investigated to ensure that we're compliant.
Yes.
Okay,
But he's trying. Paul is a decent man too.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Does sound like it, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I'm Diane Pafford.
Can you pull the,
I'm Diane Pafford, and I've lived here most of my life. My husband and I frequently went to Leo's junkyard because he built cars. And I have to say, what I know, because I've been there, those cars had gas in it, oil in it. All those cars in that junkyard had gas in it, oil, so it's not his fault. That's been there for years. We went there many times to get car parts, and we've been there all our lives, and the oil and the gas were still in those cars, because sometimes we would even filter them out. So her to say, oh no, it wasn't there, yes it was. I can say that. We were there, we seen it. We've actually taken gas from those cars, so that's been there for years. And now it's nice and clean. He's done a good job. Yeah, they've had problems, but he helps a lot of people out. He's helped me out too. And I can't say what's happened before. I see what he's done now, and he's been trying his hardest to get everything cleaned. And that's what I have to say.
Diane, what's your address?
235 Rocky Hill Road, North Smithfield.
Thank you.
And I've had problems there, which the town hasn't fixed either, but that's another issue. Thank you.
Somebody else like to speak? Can you just let everyone go through first? Anyone else?
Stan Zuba, 910 Iron Mine Hill Road, diagonally across from the junkyard. Guys, I've lived at my house for about a little over 20 years. And when I first went in to buy my house, I was walking around the property with the building appraiser, the guy that was going to give me the okay for my mortgage. And he walked around and he said, Mr. Zuba, you got a great house. He said, but we got a little issue here. He says, you're across the street from a junkyard. And I looked at him and I said, yeah, isn't that great? He was like, huh? I said, yeah, all the auto parts I want, anything I need, I can walk right across the street and get. And he looks at me and goes, Mr. Zuba, this is not a good thing. But I got my mortgage anyway. But guys, things have changed pretty drastic over the last 20 years. They have not been very good neighbors, okay? They're loading and unloading on the road, they're blocking the road. I mean, it's a safety hazard, traffic hazard. They're using forklifts, pushing stuff on, off vehicles. Somebody's gonna get hurt. It's an industrial accident waiting to happen. Okay, traffic accident waiting to happen. School bus going by. This happens day, night, 7 days a week. Rain, snow, doesn't matter. Okay, they should be contained to their property. You know what I'm saying? They're not. They're out in the middle of the road. Like I said, they do operate at all hours of the day and night. It's strange, some of the hours they operate. They don't seem to be a retail operation. Again, when I moved in 20 years ago, like they said, a couple cars came in, somebody showed up, bought some brakes or a tire or a muffler or whatever. It was a retail junk salvage operation. Okay, I don't see retail customers going in there anymore. You know, it's maybe a wholesale export operation. I'm not sure what they're doing, but.
I'm sorry, Zan. Mr. Fafford, could you please keep your comments?
All right, I'm scared. I'm trying to make them talk.
Well, please do.
So much I love you.
Go ahead, Stan. Thank you.
All right, so like I said, it's changed dramatically. Again, this is a pre-existing non-conforming business, okay? We have ordinances that say we shouldn't encourage the expansion of a pre-existing non-conforming business, okay? This is definitely expanding, okay? Like I said, you gotta push them to get anything done. What we don't see, like I said, this gentleman gave an answer for oil. He takes the motors with the oil in them, okay? How about the gasoline? How about the antifreeze? How about the glass? Okay, we don't see dumpsters going in and out of there. We don't see recycling type vehicles going in and out of there. I assume they have receipts for all that. They're gonna start a major crushing operation. I'd love to know that all that stuff's been accounted for. You know, the Woonsocket Reservoir is a couple miles away. Aquifer's big. Okay, we're all on wells up there. I'd love to know what the fire department thinks about the fire load in there and their ability to control a fire in that area. I'm also a career firefighter. I've had a few junkyard fires. They're not pretty. You guys think we can do much up there if that gets going? Nearest water supply is where?
We have a dry hydrant that's recently been put in at the community development property. That's a ways away.
10,000 gallons?
I'm sorry?
10,000 gallons?
No, it's in that quarry.
Okay, cool. Well, like I said, it's definitely changed. I came home one day during the middle of the afternoon, and like they said, there's cars lined up and down the side of the street. There's people waiting for this container to show up. The container shows up, and they're kind of celebrating. They're happy the container's there. I don't understand what's going on there. But all those people had bags of rice and cases of water. Again, don't know what that has to do with a salvage operation. But that's what we've seen. If you look at the, let me get this right, Department of Business Regulations, commercial licensing, auto body. You know, denial, revocation, or suspension of license. It lists 6 different things here that you can deny a license for. Number 2 on the list is engaging in any conduct while engaged in the operation of an auto, wrecking, and salvage yard that demonstrates bad faith, dishonesty, untrustworthiness, or incompetency. Okay? They currently have a consent agreement with the state of Rhode Island. They haven't done any of their record keeping. They were cited for this. They didn't have their business license on display. Are you guys familiar with this? We should probably take a look at it then. They did an inspection They had no record keeping, they had no license posted. This is dated, it was recent, within the last couple of months. I don't see the date on the document. Actually, yeah, July 7th and July 3rd it was signed of this year. So, like I said, they did no record keeping. They didn't keep track of any of the information they were required to on vehicles coming in or out of the yard. It kind of fits into what I would say is untrustworthiness. You know, they're not following the laws. Number 5 on the list for not renewing is jeopardizing public health, safety, or welfare. I think we have environmental concerns, fire concerns, traffic concerns, people concerns. It's one heck of an attractive nuisance. I mean, some people can't have a trampoline in their yard because it's an attractive nuisance. They got cars stacked 3 high. Number 6 on the list is failing to supervise employees. You know, we definitely have problems here. They have problems with their hours of operation, whether he knows about it or not. We have problems with the people delivering their hours of operation. I mean, it's not a good situation. That's what I've got to say. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Hi, my name is Karen Jones. I'm at 950 Iron Mine Hill Road. I live exactly across the street. Once they moved their driveway over to the left, it's now right in front of our driveway, so they're using our driveway to back up into theirs, constantly shining their headlights into our house. When they cut down the trees, all of their trees fell onto our power lines, pulling them off of our house. So we had to call National Grid to come and repair it. It's a huge safety issue. My daughter's bus hasn't been able to pick her up or drop her off at the end of our driveway, which is where her bus stop is. So that's, Stan said someone's going to get hurt, and it could be my kid because she has to walk a few houses down because they can't drop her off. I have some pictures of them blocking our driveway. It's just, everything that Carrie said and Stan said is 100% accurate. It's a huge eyesore. The mattresses, the TVs, it's an embarrassment for our street, for my house. That's all I have to say.
Thanks. Thank you.
Now, Karen, can the bus not drop off or pick up your daughter because your driveway is regularly blocked?
Yes.
Okay.
And it's dark out when her bus is at 6:30 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So it's dark, and it's a very windy, narrow street, and I don't feel safe with her walking on that street because people fly on it, and it's a constant issue.
Thank you,
So
Karen.
I didn't think my child's safety was funny.
Mr. Fafford, if you're going to keep mocking everyone, we're going to have you to leave.
You close your mouth.
Thank you, Karen.
Anyone else? You'll be next.
My name's Zach Colomb. I live at 1050 Iron Mine Hill Road. And just on November 18th at 6 o'clock at night, there was a truck trying to turn around in my front yard. A complete flatbed tow truck. After North Smithfield Police was there at 5:30, shutting them down after hours, I'm letting my dog out to headlights, trying to use my front yard that we just redid, just did sprinklers, trying to make the road and everything look nicer as a turnaround. Right after they got shut down, to then proceed to block the road right in front of their house for a half an hour to offload a car, reload a car, whatever they're doing. But they laid in the street for 25, 30 minutes, just blocking traffic, 6 o'clock at night, after trying to use my house as a parking lot. So they do work after hours. I don't know who says they don't. We have pictures. A lot of people have pictures. A lot of people are kind of sick of it. I'm sick of it letting my dog out, yelling at a tow truck driver, 6 o'clock at night. I've been blocked trying to get home from work with a car dead in front of my driveway. Just imagine working a long day to not even be able to come home. Gets pretty aggravating, like a lot of people are.
Maddie Zuba, 910 Iron Mine Hill Road. Maddie Zuba. I live diagonally across. So I'm going to speak on a safety concern. I was woken up, this was a couple months ago, woken up to screaming. I run out my front door and there is a gentleman in Paul's front yard screaming at Paul. Paul's responding appropriately. And I asked Paul if he wants me to call the police because it's a safety concern. This gentleman is coming and screaming at Paul and getting closer to Paul. And once this gentleman sees that I'm coming closer, I'm coming from across the street, and Paul's wife comes out of the house. This gentleman sees that he's attracting attention. The screaming starts to stop, and he returns to what he was doing. It was one of the days that there is cars lined up down the street and people are unpacking. But this is not the first time it's happened, but it's the first time that I was awoken from sleep from it. And this is one of the ones that I was involved in. And this is how I learned a lot more about my neighbors. And I just wanted to speak on a safety concern. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes, please.
Thank you.
Anyone else want to speak?
Christopher Zangari, 935 Jefferson Boulevard, Warwick, Rhode Island. I represent the license holder, HT Auto LLC. And there are some neighbors here, certainly, that would disagree with a lot of the observations, or at least give a different picture than some of the ones you've heard. So is Mrs. Farah here? Is she still here? Okay. The issue we're here for tonight is whether or not to revoke the license. It's up for renewal. You heard testimony from the building official, you heard testimony from the fire marshal and the fire chief. I did have the chance to speak to them before the hearing, and they were very candid with me, and I appreciated that, and I told them that at the time. And when I spoke to the building official, I asked him some very simple questions that I think would be helpful. And I said, when you issued the first notice of violation this year, when was it? And I think he said it was about in April, right? And there was an issue of the screening of the fence. And he indicated to me that Mr. Hernandez-Torrero did, in fact, erect the fence. Is that correct? He did, yep. And he put it in the place that you instructed him to do that, correct? He did, all right. Also, when I spoke to him, there was also the issue of a porta-john being put on the property. That was also done, is that correct? All right. And regarding cars at the front of the entrance, those were removed, weren't they? As of today? As of today? All right.
Mr. Cody, can you just come up if you're going to answer questions, please?
Thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, please, right here. So the notice of violation regarding the fence, that's been abated, isn't that correct?
He's still finishing, he's still got work to do on it. It's not finished.
The fence that's along Ms. Carey's property, right, that's been installed, correct? Right. So it's your testimony that how much more needs to be installed?
He's still working on the front.
No, he may be working on it, but what is required? Hasn't he met the requirements of the ordinance as far as screening?
No, because the neighbors across came right into the yard.
And the neighbors of the across, weren't they just here? Didn't he just testify?
Yes.
John with the gray hair? CJ? He's not made any complaints, has he?
The complaints where they can see into the yard.
No, but not by the neighbor across the way. Not by the neighbor across the way.
But it's my understanding that by ordinance, this type of business is required to have a fence that you cannot see through. So regardless of whether or not the neighbors are complaining, by ordinance, that's a requirement.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Cody, can you hold on to the mic so people can hear you, please? Thank you.
So as of April, you told him that he needed a fence along the side by Mrs. Carey, and he installed that fence, correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell him that he needed to install a fence on the other side, did you?
I didn't tell him he doesn't have to do the whole yard because there was screening by woods and everything.
So it's fair to say, though, that he complied with your order at the time as you instructed him to do?
He's trying, yes.
No, but he did comply with what you told him to do at the time, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. So that violation then is abated, correct?
I'm still looking for screening in front.
So that's a new violation, but the original violation he abated because he did what he was supposed to do and what you told him. You just told me yes. Today you said in your direct testimony that there were still things that he was working on. What violations are you claiming that he still is in violation of today?
The expansion.
And the expansion is exactly what?
It's all the autos over property lines,
Isn't it,
operating out of property boundaries.
isn't it fair to say that when he took ownership of the property, there were autos being stored on other people's property before he owned the yard? Isn't that correct?
He did indicate that to me, yes.
Isn't that your understanding and your direct knowledge that in fact the previous owner had vehicles? And even Ms. Carey, didn't you hear her say that there were vehicles that the previous owner had on her property? You heard her say that, right?
Yes.
All right. Isn't it true that Mr. Hernandez-Torrero in fact removed those vehicles from the property?
Off the one property, yes.
Yes, he did. Isn't it true that in fact in the back of the property there were many vehicles that you wanted him to remove off of other people's property that were there before he started, and in fact he did that as well? Isn't that true?
Yes.
All right. You see where I'm going? Isn't it true that he has made more than a little but significant, substantial improvements to bring the property into conformance? And in fact, it wasn't in conformance when he started the business, took over the business. Isn't that true?
Yes.
All right. Isn't it fair to say that Mr. Hernandez-Herrera has in fact made a very good faith effort to comply with your instructions? Isn't that a fair thing to say?
He's been making good effort, yes.
All right, well, I appreciate that, thank you. Also with regard to the fire marshal, thank you very much. I appreciate your honesty. Also, the other town employees were very, very candid and honest as well, and I appreciated that. The fire marshal, when he got up here and he testified, and he gave both sides of the story, he was very honest about it and very balanced. He said that, and excuse me, it was Captain LeVar. He also indicated, and I'd ask you to remember his testimony, he said that there has been progress made regarding the access, right? And he was out there today and it is improved. What I'm getting at and what I'm going to ask you to do is, and I'm going to bring Mr. Hernandez-Torrero up to talk about this under direct testimony and examination. But isn't that, in fact, there is improvement being made. And what I'm going to do at the end is I'm going to ask you to consider, because you have the discretion to do it, is to do this. This is what I'm going to ask for later. And I think you're going to think it's reasonable after we finish, which is, I understand there are things that need to be done based on the representatives of the town. Those things are going to happen. They have been happening. They'll continue to happen. Those cars, and we heard testimony from the chief, or excuse me, the fire marshal, that the crusher is on site. Why is that important? You're going to hear from Mr. Hernandez-Torrero that's important, because once that happens, they can then take those vehicles, reduce the amount of volume. Reducing the amount of volume on that property is going to allow access for the emergency vehicles in case there's an emergency, in the event of an emergency. So I'm going to have Mr. Hernandez-Herrera come up. I'm going to ask him some questions too. Could you come up, please?
I'm sorry, before you go any further, so I understand you're trying to make a point that he's doing stuff in good faith.
Yes.
But when we're talking about fire lanes and that cars are stacked 3 high, and you hear from the fire chief that if there was ever a fire, there's no chance of getting that knocked down, that's a safety issue. And to say you're making improvements on a safety issue, there's a lot of houses in that area. There's a lot of trees in that area. So is that something you would be comfortable with if you lived in a house next door that you knew if, God forbid, there was a spark in there and it went up, that you have no chance. So how is that saying in good faith that he's making improvements when he's gone up numerous times and there's still no actual fire lane?
I'll tell you how.
Okay.
Excellent question. You're right to ask. This is how. Because that crusher is there now, we would contend that when the amount of vehicles on that lot are reduced, which they will be significantly, it's my understanding that about 45 cars per day, that's a conservative estimate, can be crushed. In other words, taken from a large volume to a very small, and then removed by truck. When that is done, that's going to allow the lanes to open up wider, also reduce the stacking, do both of those things. As it stands right now, the condition is in what it's in based on their testimony. If this business is allowed to continue, at a minimum, to operate the crusher, to reduce the volume of material on the yard, that is going to improve the safety rather dramatically. The fire marshal can then come out, can inspect, and then at that point, if it passes that inspection, then your question or the issue has been abated, and therefore it's not the safety concern that you feel it is right now. So that would be the argument for allowing the continuation of the activity there, which is the crushing of the cars. You've heard testimony, the crusher is there. Once that's operational, that will allow the safety to significantly improve, which I agree is a fundamental issue. No, but we're not saying it's not. So that's how we would propose that be handled.
And can we confirm that the crusher will be on the appropriate platform in order to mitigate contamination?
I would say this. The crusher will comply with whatever the state regulation is. I don't know if it's on a slab. I don't know if it isn't. There was conjecture, and Mr. Christofaro, I'm not minimizing it, where he said, hey, they've got to put it on the slab. I'm not sure that's true. I don't know that it is. It might be. I don't know. But they're going to have to comply with whatever the regulations are to do that.
Okay.
All right, so that can be a building official issue. Mr. Cody can certainly, I don't know if he knows the answer to that question, but if he does, he can come out and inspect. I'm not trying to give him homework, but he can come out and do that. If that's a requirement, then that's what they're going to have to do. There was also a lot of conjecture about environmental issues. That's not before you tonight. That's not.
It's a huge factor.
It's a huge
How can it not be before us?
Has not been violated on any environmental issues. There's no outstanding.
Does he have UST and AST permits from the state of Rhode Island?
I don't know if he does. I haven't asked. I don't know that. But what I'm saying is he's got to comply with whatever the state regulations are. All right? He's got to comply with whatever the.
We have this notice that he's already not complying with a lot of stuff he's supposed to be complying with.
I haven't seen that. It's not been authentic.
Maybe it should have been something you read, right?
I wasn't aware it existed. It hasn't been authenticated. I don't know that that document has anything necessarily to do with any of the issues we're talking about tonight. It's a far reach to say, well, you didn't keep a proper record. If that's what it says, all right. If he consented to that, he agreed he didn't keep records. That's a big stretch to go. Well, you didn't keep records to then you're now creating an environmental hazard. That's a big jump.
That's not the correlation they're making.
All right. So I'd like to ask, if you don't mind, I'll ask Mr. Hernandez-Torero some questions. How long have you operated the operation?
4 years.
Are you the sole operator of HT Automotive?
Yes.
All right. And did you get a crusher this week?
Yes.
What's the purpose of attaining the car crusher?
To take it out from the yard, to recycling.
To recycle exactly what?
Recycle in the way we crush the car and recycling to take it out from the yard.
In your experience, how many cars can you crush in a day? Don't exaggerate it. Give us a reasonable
by day,
number.
20, 25 cars.
Let's call it 20. All right. Do you operate the crusher yourself?
No.
Who does it?
The company coming to crush.
All right. Are they a licensed company?
Yes.
Is that the reason you use them and that you don't do it yourself?
Yes.
All right. And have you contacted the owner of that company?
Yes.
Who is the owner of that company?
The owner is Joe Seacom.
Joe Seacom. And how long has he been operating a car crushing business?
More than 30 years.
All right. And do you have conversations with him recently about when he can start crushing cars on your lot?
Yeah, he said by this week, around maybe tomorrow or Thursday.
All right. Is he going to be responsible for setting up the car crusher?
Yes.
All right. And has he told you where he's going to place it?
Yes.
All right. Do you know where that is?
Yes.
Where is it?
It's in the back of my yard.
All right. Is it far away from Ms. Carey's property?
Yes.
All right. Is it far away, as far as you can get from the neighbors, basically?
Yes.
All right. Once he performs the car crushing services on your behalf, what are you going to do with the material that's been crushed?
Recycling.
What does that mean? Please tell the council what you mean when you say
We're
recycle.
gonna clean the yard, that's the idea, in the yard.
Are you saying that you're going to take the recycled, the crushed material and remove it?
And remove it from the yard, that's the idea.
All right. How many cars do you plan to remove?
I plan to remove more than 200 cars.
How many cars are on the lot right now?
In the lot, maybe it's around maybe 400 or 500 cars.
So it's your intention to remove half of the vehicles from the yard?
Yes.
In your opinion, in your experience, will that alleviate the volume and also open up the alleyways and reduce the height of the cars?
That's the idea, we get a crusher. That's why we get a crusher, to crush the cars and clean the yard.
And then when you crush the cars, what do you do with the material that's crushed? Do you sell it?
Yes.
All right. Is that how you make money?
Yes.
All right. Do you think is it your opinion that you can get this done possibly by the next council meeting, crushing of the cars?
Yes, my best, yes.
All right. If you were able to do that, would you also be able to open up the alleyways for the emergency vehicles so that they could access the back of the yard and also have a path back out?
Yes.
All right. Regarding the hours of operation, when do you close the business?
On 5.
5 p.m.?
5 p.m.
Is that on the weekends or is that Monday through Friday? Please tell us.
Monday to Friday. On Saturday, we close to 2 p.m.
And when you close the yard, is there some type of barrier so that vehicles, let me finish, so that vehicles cannot drive in?
Because cannot drive in because I put a chain on it. I put a chain to block the driveway.
I was there today. Is the chain connected to two large?
Two large blocks.
Two large blocks? How big are the blocks? Are they of cement?
Cement is 4 by 2, something like that.
Pretty heavy?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it a thick chain or a thin chain?
Yeah, thick chain.
All right. If a driver attempts to deliver after hours, strike that. What time do you leave the yard, Monday through
5.
Friday? You personally leave?
Yeah.
How many employees do you have at the yard?
I have 2 employees right now.
All right. What time do they leave?
We live together.
Do you
On
pay
5.
them? Do you pay them to work after 5?
No.
All right. When you say you leave together, do you walk off to your own vehicles, or do you all share one vehicle?
No, we walk, everybody walk in his own vehicle.
All right. Are there some times where you stay in the yard and discuss things?
Sometime we discuss, sometime about what it's gonna be for the next day.
All right. You're not, are you moving material around?
No.
All right. Regarding the working on holidays, are you there on Thanksgiving? Were you
No,
there
we're
last
not
Thursday?
We're not there last Thursday, we're not there.
All right. Are you there on Sundays?
No,
Are your employees there on Sundays?
no,
Are they there on Thanksgiving or any other national holiday?
no,
Are they there on 4th of July?
no,
Okay. Do you pay them to be there at those times?
no.
If someone is there, are they there uninvited, assuming there's someone there when you're not there?
No, I didn't know somebody there.
Have you been made aware that anyone was on your property moving material or conducting any kind of business while you're not there?
No,
When the business is open, are you always there?
almost always there, I be there.
I assume there are times where you leave the
Yeah.
property, maybe to go get something to eat, but you come
Yeah,
back?
yeah, I can leave for half hour, something like that.
All right. When the building official told you that you needed to put a fence in between your property and Mrs. Carey's, did you do it?
Yes,
Did you expend a substantial amount of money to do it?
yes,
Did you put a wood fence?
yes. Yeah, right now it's wood, but we beginning with the fabric, and then he don't accept it, and then we change to wood because that's, he tell me to.
He told you to put screening initially,
Yeah,
didn't he?
yeah.
Okay, and you put screening?
Yeah, we put screening.
But Mr. Cody said, you know what, you should put a fence, and what did you do?
I changed it, I put a wood fence.
Did you hear Ms. Carey indicate that in fact it was a nice fence when she was testifying and showing her pictures?
Yes.
She did. I heard it too.
Yeah.
The storage containers, we heard testimony about the storage containers. What, through your business, what do you put in those storage containers?
The thing is, you know, we used to sell parts, we used to sell the engine and car parts, and some customer, they asked me to loading inside the containers,
So what is in the containers?
car parts.
When you first took over the operation of the property, were some of the cars that were there on other people's property?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
I found that out when my neighbor, Paul Roy, that he told me those cars on his land.
And what did you do about it?
I started moving them.
Did Mr. Cody tell you that you needed to put a gate before the entrance to your property?
Yeah, we work it out in this. We work in and put a gate right now.
All right, so you're in the process of putting
Yeah.
up the gate?
Yeah.
In the meantime, you said you have the chain to
Yes.
prevent people from coming in?
Yes.
All right. There was testimony about forklifts being used in the road. How many forklifts do you have, if any?
I have one
And where do you keep that forklift?
in the yard.
Do you take it out on the road?
Yeah, sometimes we move it to make a favor to Rafi Ferra, to help him to move anything, any truck or something with him.
Excuse me, can I just ask how much
Yes.
longer?
That's it for Mr. Hernandez-Torrera, if you have any
Yeah.
questions of him.
May I ask a question?
Of course.
The car crusher, you said you've owned this business for 4 years.
Yeah.
How many times have you had the car crusher on property, crushing cars and removing them?
Twice.
Twice in 4 years?
Yes.
And is this the second time?
Yes.
Okay, so you've had it once before?
Yes.
Okay.
Did you use the same company, the same individual?
Yes, the same company.
Did you have any problems?
No.
Right. How
Is
many
that
car-
standard practice?
Hmm?
Is that standard practice for junkyards to just have a car crusher once every 2 years to recycle cars?
Yes. When you
It's
don't have
standard
your own,
practice.
yeah, when you don't have your own, you need to contact the.
No, I mean,
company.
is the cadence standard practice?
Yes.
Once every 2 years?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it fair to say, and follow-up question,
Yeah.
is it fair to say that you obtain the car crusher services when you need them?
Yes.
So this is the first time in 4 years, based on he has 500, upwards of 400 to 500 cars. The second time rather, in 4 years that he's needed it, when the fire marshal has said today that we aren't able to actually get any emergency vehicles in there. So this is the second time in 4 years that that's been a requirement?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know it's a requirement to have a car crusher. He's testified this is the second time he has had the car crusher.
He has needed it
Right, that's his
in
testimony.
4 years?
Right,
Okay.
correct. Is there anything else you'd like to ask Mr. Hernandez-Torrera?
So can I just ask, what was the delay? Because back on May 6th, there was a violation about the spacing, and there's still a violation in November. So what took so long to get this car crusher to start getting you
Yeah,
up
because
and-
the car crusher, they working with schedule. They working in different yards. They don't have the crusher. And when you need it, you need to put your name and schedule, and when they done with the schedule, you know, it's gonna be your turn. Because I don't have my own crusher. It's the company, you know, they working all over the states, you know?
So I guess going back to what Mr. Cristofaro is asking is, maybe this is needed more than once every 3 years, because.
No, I figure every 2 years.
So, but you've already been in violation for half the year, so apparently you already have way too many vehicles on the property, right?
And it also sounds as though the only reason, I'm inferring that based on the May municipal court appearance, that the car crusher was then scheduled at that point to mediate or resolve the violation. So you didn't, as a business owner of this junkyard, take the initiative to schedule a car crusher to ensure that you're complying with our town requirements from a fire perspective and a zoning perspective. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That the zoning violation is what initiated the scheduling of the car crusher?
Yes.
So that's not a good business practice then, I would say.
No. When that issue happened, I called the company right away.
But the company should have already been called because you were out of compliance.
No, because when they call, they say I have too many cars, I call right away the company.
But you don't know that you have too many cars? Do you read the town ordinances? Do you have an understanding of our town ordinances and of our safety requirements in town? That is my concern, sir, is that there are ordinances and there are safety requirements in town that until residents started complaining, not just of their concerns about their public safety, but degradation of quality of life, that the zoning official went out there and cited you for a few things, and then the fire marshal and the fire chief. We've also had to allocate resources to ensure that you have an understanding of what's out of compliance. You, as a business owner in this town, should have a very clear understanding of that. So it took our resources to identify what made you out of compliance.
Can I explain?
That is not being a fair business owner in this town. That is not being a good neighbor. That is degrading the life of residents, and it's not acceptable.
Yeah, but can I explain you why that happened?
Sure.
When we moved, the cars being in Mr. Roy yard, is being more than 200 cars. That's why that happened.
More than 200 cars were on their property.
Yeah, and when we move it from his property, that's why we don't have the room to put it. That's why I stacking, and that way the fire marshal said to clear this yard. And then when we
So when you purchased the property 4 years ago, how many cars would you guesstimate were on the Roy's property?
The same, the
200 cars.
Yeah, when I get it, the car was there even 15 years before.
200 cars.
Yeah, I used to go there before. I used to visit this yard before.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why that happened. And to answer the question for Mr., you know, when we crush the cars don't have no engine because we already removed the engine out. That's why we remove the oil and we remove the fluids from the car.
The fuel?
Yeah, the fluid and the fuel and everything.
Where does it go?
Yeah, we keep it in container and then we call the company to recycle.
What company?
There are different companies in Rhode.
What company?
Yeah,
Can you name a few?
Yeah, I have a couple of names, yeah.
Okay, I'd like to see a name of a few companies that remove
Yeah, I can bring you the receipts for, yeah.
Okay.
So what I'd like to do. Yeah, thank you. So the request is this. What's before you is whether or not you're going to take action on the license, on the business license. What I would ask the council to do is exercise your discretion and say, continue on, allow him to crush the vehicles so they can be removed. Revoking the license doesn't necessarily get you potentially where you want to go, which is to remediate the problem and come in compliance. Allow him some more time, not a lot of time. I know you're frustrated, obviously, it's clear. But allow him to do that, put timelines on it. If he doesn't comply, if he doesn't hit the markers, you always can pull it. You always have that ability. If he does, terrific. You have heard from your own representatives. It's not as if he's ignored and said, I'll do what I want, it's my land. He has not done that. I know he hasn't done it, it's clear to your satisfaction, I understand. But he has taken action. And even some of the people even some of the neighbors that have testified, and they're frustrated, but they've even admitted to certain things that he has done. They did say that. So I would say that it's not as bleak as it looks. Afford him the opportunity to continue on. You have the ability to, you have many resources. First of all, you have an excellent team behind you, and they've been on this issue. They can continue to do that. You also have the municipal court, which is coming up in 16 days. You have the ability, the municipal court has the ability to fine him, lien the property. That's very uncomfortable for him. That costs him
I'm
money.
sorry to interrupt, but we have to extend our meeting.
Oh, yeah, I understand, please.
Would anyone like to make a motion to extend? 11.
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 11 PM.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Sorry, go ahead.
No, thank you. So you have the municipal court. That's a lever, all right, to keep him motivated. You have the ability to fine up to $500 a day. That's significant, right, if he doesn't come into compliance. You also have another avenue. You have the other avenue is the Superior Court. You can get injunctive relief, order him to remove the vehicles, order him to do lots of things. I'm not trying to give Mr. Igliozzi homework over here, but that's another avenue. There's other avenues here besides revoking the license, which doesn't get the cars off the property, doesn't change the fact that right now, the lanes are narrow. But you can achieve the result you want, which is compliance, opening up the lanes, making it safe, reducing the volume on there by allowing him to operate, to use the crusher, remove the cars by truck, get those to the recycling facilities they need to go to. You have that ability. I don't see that, I don't want you to see that as a reward to him for not taking action soon enough. It's not. It's making him continue to do what he's supposed to do. So it's not this is not some kind of, you're giving him a break. Nope, you're making him follow through. He's indicated and he's testified that he's willing to do that and he's going to do that. You've heard some testimony, and I know, I see you. Yes, Ms.
Yes,
O'Hara.
Barrister, we're not here to have people decide, I want a business, that he doesn't know what he's doing. And then you have people that have lived, invested in this community for years, and are being put through the ringer. And now we should help him set up and tell him what he should do? And you're gonna have a crusher every so often? And we're gonna help you with that too? We have no responsibility to set your business up for you. And the way you did it, when I look at these hardworking people, the Roy girl, the Zubas, I'm telling you, it's an insult. And we're not here to say, oh, look, let's help him get trash, car trasher, in 4 years, 2 times. You don't have to be an Einstein to know if you want to get rid of them, you better start compressing them. We're not here to help him set up his business, and not at their expense.
He's not asking you to help him set up. He's asking to allow him to continue to abate the violations. You heard from your own representatives that he does make an effort and that he has been working towards that. I'm asking you to continue on the same, not for a long time, for a very strict timeline. You could certainly do that. Again, if the goal is compliance, that's a way to get there. It doesn't take that much longer. If he doesn't do it, you always have the option to revoke. That
So-
doesn't go away.
December 17th is the municipal court appearance?
It is.
Okay, it sounds like we have the fire marshal's requirements of ensuring that, yes,
Chief.
Dave Shadier, Fire Chief, North Smithfield. I just wanted to make everybody aware that we are already under a time frame. They've been issued a violation on November the 20th, which requires them to be in compliance within 30 days. If they are not in compliance within 30 days, that becomes a compliance order, which basically means the fire marshal goes down there and it has to be done immediately. If it's not taken care of immediately, then we move it down to the state fire marshal's office, and then they take it over from there to get things rolling. So my suggestion would be, if you're going to consider that, any type of an extension of time, that we keep it within that, because I know that we said that for the next council meeting, is that on the 23rd?
15th.
15th.
The 15th. I'm not sure we're gonna get 200-300 cars out of there in a week, or 2 weeks.
Well, he said, what, 20 cars a day, and,
That's 16 cars a day, 5 days a week, and that's not even including hours of operation. So,
But, I mean, certainly if they can accomplish that, that would be great. You know, we'd love to see that. But part of the other concern that we have, and I'm not sure that Edward has any control over this, is the time that people drop these vehicles off. If he's leaving, we have pictures, we have instances where vehicles have been dropped off probably after hours at the front gate. Now we can't even get into the limited access that we have. So, because there's 2 or 3 vehicles already there. So that becomes a concern, and I think it would behoove him to make sure that he tells his vendors that, or posts something that says, after 5, no dropping vehicles here. But that's a real concern for us. But we are under a time, or he is under a time frame right now to comply within 30 days from November the 20th.
so if we give till the 15th, our next meeting, will the fire marshal have time to go up and review this again?
We'll make sure he has the time to go
Okay.
up there. Yeah.
and based on yours, as well as the fire marshal's inspections of this business, 200 to 300 cars is what it would take to be compliant?
I can't speak to that.
I think we need a better
yeah.
understanding of
Yeah,
how many cars it would actually
I don't know.
take to be compliant.
Yeah, that-
If, the suggestion might be, if it takes 200 to have the 20-foot lane, then that's the number. If it takes.
And to reduce the towers.
And to reduce the, if it takes 100, then that's the number. The issue the idea is to comply with what the chief is talking about. So let me just paraphrase. As long as those access alleys are wide enough, you're not concerned with the number of cars, just the fact that the access is appropriate.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, and then we have to make lanes in between.
And the height, and then we need, and Marshall, correct me if I'm wrong, we need some access and, you know, cut-throughs in between some of the larger pockets of cars. They need to cut a break in between that as well. So,
Can we clarify abate violations? So if we move forward with this and we're abating violations, nothing else is coming in, correct? We're fixing a problem. Why are we going to continue making a problem?
Abating the violation, and I'll let your solicitor comment if he wishes. Abating the violation is, we get notice of a violation, someone gets notice, they correct it. That's not, I hope it never comes back. I don't want to have to come here to argue this again, but that is not a guarantee that you never, ever have another violation. That I cannot guarantee that. I can't do it.
My point is, from now until if it's the 15th, the 17th, or whatever, all operation, bringing cars, clothing, food, whatever is going on over there, cease. All we're doing is abating violations, putting in a gate potentially if he gets the material.
Can I talk with my client just for a moment? Come back? That's a little different.
Well,
But let me ask.
How is it different? Because if we're bringing cars in, we're not going to be able to make
Well, I
the
don't-
space we need, so.
I understand what you're saying. I'm saying I don't know if, so what the Counselor Punchak just said was, hey, there's nothing going on but abatement. I'm saying maybe there's other business besides bringing things in, bringing cars in, all right? I want to confirm with my client that he can make a promise, he makes a promise that he can keep. I don't want him to come up and tell you, yeah, and then there's an issue. So if I could just have a minute? Yes. All right, thank you.
I'm just going to weigh in on that. This is just a personal opinion from a safety standpoint. And you're exactly right, Councilwoman. If we're removing 25 and we're taking 30 in,
We're not
that
having-
makes no sense.
Right.
So,
So it's like giving a license just to remedy this issue. No other business is being taken other than, there's
Right.
nothing coming in.
I mean, that's,
I
There
wouldn't-
should only be stuff going out.
none of that makes any sense
I
to me.
wouldn't even say renew the license. I would say we hold on renewing the license and we allow him to abate the violations. Where we can't renew the license based on the fire marshal's most recent
You can
inspection.
renew pending.
But he came to us looking for extended hours.
Yeah, that's not happening.
Right, so maybe we should get the solicitor's input on this.
Okay, I'd like to understand what was discussed.
So, Mr. Hernandez, I talked to my client. He indicates that there will be no new cars coming in. Mr. Punchak has pointed out he wanted clarification. It's going to be cars crushed, cars coming out. And then the fire marshal will come, do the inspection. Hopefully it passes the inspection. That would be terrific.
I'm not comfortable with this business operating in any capacity aside from abating violations. Until the safety issues are remediated and until he has fulfilled the zoning criteria in order to resolve the citations or the violations, I am not comfortable with this business operating.
Well, it has to operate to some degree. If he's going to be crushing the
Crushing,
cars,
crushing.
then a truck
Crushing.
has to come in and get rid of the cars.
Crushing.
Yeah, but not anymore.
Outside of the scope of crushing, I am not comfortable
Okay.
in any capacity.
Can I ask my, would you like to say? Yeah. I asked my client if he's agreeable to that condition. He indicated he is.
Excellent.
So I have a question for your client, or,
Please.
so all these other accusations of mattresses coming in, food coming in, clothing coming in, what is that?
The thing is, when we had
Can you get closer to the mic, please?
the thing is, when we had the parts loading in the containers, some those customers, they asked me to help him to put those things inside the containers. Because for example, if I sell 20 engines to one customer and they say, okay, I want to put it inside the container, but I had this bag to put inside. Can you help me to put it? That's why they bring it in.
But
To
why
put it
are the
inside.
mattresses stacked up on your property?
Yeah, because sometimes they bring it and no room in the container. That's why it's stuck in there, but that's why I say no more.
And is that standard practice at junkyards?
Yeah, we stopped that,
No, junkyards, is that standard practice at junkyards to fill containers with food and clothing
No,
and mattresses in order to make up the
When we
space?
sold the parts, and we loading in the container, that's why I help him with this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the why, try to help
But we
the
can't
customer.
store mattresses, we
No.
can't store food, we can't
No.
store dryers and washers or chipmunk cages, whatever he was
No.
previously referred to. It is cars only. So can you ensure that as we're crushing cars, that all of the trash that's also on the property is removed?
Yeah.
Okay. And I've already stated that I'm not comfortable with this business operating outside of the scope of crushing and removing cars. But I think the expectation also needs to be established with your customers, because it sounds like your customers are coming and going and dropping off cars and delivering things after hours. I think it's been very clear based on the evidence that we've seen, as well as our officials, in stating that customers have been dropping off after hours, outside of business hours. Are you able to maintain that expectation with your customers that there are absolutely positively no deliveries within the time frame that it's going to take for you to abate these violations, and then in perpetuity, going forward?
Yes.
The chief made a suggestion about signage.
Yeah.
That Mr. Hernandez Torero, I just asked him, he's fine, he's gonna put up a sign. No delivery, no dropping before 8 o'clock, after 5 o'clock. He's gonna post a sign.
Yeah.
Can you post one on each
Yeah,
side?
yeah.
He's gonna post a sign so that it'll be clear. Can you also tell the customers?
Yeah, I told.
You could tell them verbally, and he's gonna post signage.
And it also sounds as though these trucks are not supposed to be stopping in the middle of the road and conflicting with traffic patterns or using people's yards and driveways as a means to get to your property. So it sounds like you need more space on your property in order for them to access. Is that something that we're going to ensure happens?
I don't know that he can ensure that someone doesn't.
That needs to be an expectation that's established.
I think what he can do is he can tell his regular customers, don't do that, you're making it hard for me, because you're making it hard on the neighbors, which is not acceptable. And also, he can put up signage. I think that's what he can do. More than that, I think it's gonna be difficult to ensure a third-party customer how they're necessarily gonna behave.
Well, it sounds like it's a behavior that hasn't been addressed. So maybe in addressing that
Yes.
behavior, then we can mitigate it.
Absolutely, he
Okay.
indicated to me he's willing to do that, and he will do that.
May I ask a question?
Please.
Can you explain the business model of the business? How, like, just so we understand how the business works. So the cars come in, they get dropped off. How do you make money? How does this all work?
Yeah, with the car coming, we receive the cars.
So a car gets totaled?
Yeah, we bought it in auction, we bought it by yards, and then when the car coming, we dismantle the car, and then later on we sell the parts. Some customer, they buy it by bunch. Some customer buy even the whole car, and we load it in the container. For the
It's not really a pick and pull, you don't?
No, nobody can go there
Nobody
and
can
pick
go
a
back
parts.
there and-
No, nobody can go there and pick parts.
Okay. So you take what you can off the cars,
Yeah,
make what
yeah.
you can?
Yeah, we the one take any part.
Like if somebody needed an alternator, could they go to your place and just say, I need an
Yeah,
alternator?
but nobody can go there and pick it up.
Okay.
They will take it out from the cars.
And then you sell the crushed car?
Yeah, because that's recycling.
Recycling, okay.
You're
Anyone else have any other questions? No? Okay.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure, we're still open, go ahead.
Please.
Again, guys, Stan Zuba, 910 Iron Mine Hill Road. It's a sloppy operation. It's been a sloppy operation for a long time, okay? They're only coming into some type of compliance or attempting compliance because they're being forced. Are you guys manufacturers of auto parts? According to your annual state report, your NCIS code, you're a manufacturer of auto reports. You can't even put the right code for your operation salvage yard on your state report. Okay, you don't keep records. You can't fill out the state report right. You couldn't name a company that's been in the yard to haul away oil or antifreeze or any of those things. You said you could get receipts, but could you name one? No, could you name one of those companies? Well, wait, why can't he answer? He doesn't know who he's doing business with? He can't name one company that he's doing business with?
Public comment, you're certainly making comments, it's not direct examination.
You keep bringing up testimony. You've used the term testimony several times here.
I haven't cross-examined any witness. I brought up the testimony they gave. I did not directly examine.
No, but you said testimony. All I'm asking is a question. I'm in business. I can name most of the people I do business with.
Stan will get that name, but also Mr. Cristofaro did ask that question to your client. And so can he answer, Mr. Cristofaro? Do you know a company that takes away your?
Right now, I don't remember.
Okay.
Okay, guys, like I said, it's more than just fire rows and fences, okay? It's just, it's a non-conforming use that's been expanded that doesn't fit in the neighborhood the way they're running it. And if I understand what he said earlier with the containers, it's more of a wholesale operation now, and it used to be a retail operation. So that's changing the use.
I'd also like not directed at you, Mr. Zuba, but I'd also like an understanding of any correspondence with DEM, if there's any history there. So I'm happy to submit an APRA, or unless this is something that you have readily available and could provide us, to understand any correspondence that's gone on between your business and DEM, if there have been any inspections, any of the outcomes. Okay. And then, thank you so much,
Thank you,
Mr.
Stan.
Zuba. And then amongst us as town councilors, I'm comfortable allowing for him to operate within the scope of crushing and removing
We should close the
only. Oh,
That was you.
oh, go ahead.
Ryan Hammond, 19 Chester Street. I think that it is important for us to let him actually mitigate the cars there, because nothing's going to happen. They're going to continue to be a safety issue. But I'm very fond of a saying that I use with my son: trust but verify. So if he's going to be doing this, I think that the town should have their agents do unannounced spot checks to make sure that what is supposed to be being done is being done. And if that is, great, we'll continue to abate it. And if it isn't, then we can come before the council, and as the lawyer proposed, we can do emergency revocations or anything that we need to. But I don't think that taking him at his word that it's happening is something that we should be doing, given all the evidence presented.
Absolutely, Ryan. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm comfortable with us moving forward with allowing this business to operate within the scope of crushing and removing cars. I'm sorry, oh, close the public hearing, sorry. I'll make a
Before-
motion to close the
You're on
public
roll.
hearing.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat myself. I think, is our timeline going to be December 15th when we determine if the violation, the abatement violation, if it's completed at that point, we can determine whether or not we want to renew?
Yeah, I would say December 15th. And we extend the license till then just for crushing and removing. There's no other business being done on the property other than cleanup.
What's happening on the 17th, though, the municipal court hearing? Are we better off to wait for that, or is it irrelevant? Yeah.
Well, we don't have.
I think the council should not worry about the municipal court. You have somebody who's offering to abate. I suggest that you continue this to that date certain with the abatement process described. And on that date, you'll have a report. And either you'll see a significant change or you won't. And you could do that for another 2 weeks. And then either this is going to be heading in the right direction or it's not. And then you can make a decision on the license. So the answer is your decision on the license should be suspended, should be continued, but allow this operation, basically operation for the sole purpose of removing cars. I think that's what Mr. Zangari's agreed to in concept. If it's not true, let me know, but I think that gives you, I think you should stick with the council's calendar and not other calendars, because you have this under your jurisdiction now, and what you expect by the next meeting.
Yeah.
And if there's progress, then you can decide whether or not there's gonna be another step. You know, I don't think we should think about the 15th till the 15th.
That's all I wanted to hear, that's fine.
Does that make sense?
No, that
The only
makes
thing we
sense.
should let everybody know is, I guess the 15th, the meeting is not in this room, it's at the high school,
Right.
the middle school. It's at the middle school.
Yeah, so that can be a quick,
Well, no, I just want anybody who's here or
right.
to know that that's where the next meeting would be.
But is the 15th, if I can ask you, your client, is the 15th, are we setting you up for failure? Is the 15th realistic? Can you realistically do what you're saying in 2 weeks?
Okay.
You sure?
And
2
we're-
weeks.
And two,
All right.
And we're-
wasn't he there 3 years?
Within
What's that?
business
Wasn't
hours?
he there 3 years?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Wasn't he there 3 years?
4.
Now we can do it in 2 weeks?
Well, he said he can do it.
So-
Okay.
And then I would like to also ensure that you are compliant with the proper protocol to crush cars. So if it requires being on a platform, the platform needs to be cleared in order for the crusher to be situated there, so you can crush in order to remain compliant and mitigate contamination. So I think that's something that needs to be looked into.
As far as though him not being able to conduct business, I'm all for not being able to receive any vehicles, but he's got to pay his people, he's got to make a living, and yeah, granted, we can put no new vehicles coming in, but if somebody comes in and wants to buy something, I think he should be allowed to operate
long
his.
as it's leaving.
Yeah, as long as it's going out the door. I think he should be able to operate his retail business. The man's got to make a living during the next, while all this is going on.
John, I just don't trust that that will be the only thing that's done. It sounds.
If it's not done by the 15th.
No, I mean that it's only operating in a crusher and retail capacity where he's selling product and not receiving. It sounds like there's a lot of things that we learned tonight that aren't currently within the scope of the business. I don't trust that we can even allow for that in this time frame.
But if there's one thing you notice that we didn't hear, and I got to give everybody that got up their credit, nobody came up here and said, I don't want, this junkyard shouldn't be in my backyard. Nobody seemed to have a problem with the junkyard, just the way it's being operated, okay? So maybe if we can get it on track to operate properly, we can get things going back the way it was, 10, 15 years ago, and he can run his business and people can live happily as neighbors. But right now, I think that we should allow him to sell. Anything going out can come out, but nothing new can come in.
Just a point of clarification, I believe is part of the testimony, that they are not running a retail operation. They're running a wholesale operation effectively. So any removal of vehicles is going to be aligned with that purpose.
Well,
And that's where they're making
but I
the
asked
money.
him, I said, if I was looking for an alternator, could I come in? And he said yes.
So you
that's-
can, okay. Well, that's kind of contradicts what was earlier said. People can't come in and do that typical picking.
No, not picking. He said they couldn't pick.
Huh?
The employee would get that for you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
As I understood.
Yeah, that's the way I understood it as well.
Can I ask a question?
We're out of public hearing, unfortunately.
So John, I think that's fair.
Okay.
Selling only. But what are the consequences if we find that that has been breached?
Well, he's been forewarned,
The fire
right?
department has, you guys have a hard date of the 20th.
No, I
right?
mean, if we are to say that you can sell only and crush only, and there are cars delivered, or there are other activities that are going on that are not within the scope that we agree upon, how do we address those at that point?
Oh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. What is your 30-day notice from the time of the last violation?
Till December 20th, but if we're gonna be coming to you on December 15th, we'll have a report for you in terms of what if our requirements have been.
Right, so if on the 15th they're not meeting our requirements, you by law have what you have to do as next step anyway.
He would have by our violation, he would still have 5 more days to comply. And then if he's not in compliance by December the 20th, then it becomes a compliance order, which is immediate. And then if he doesn't comply after that, then it goes down to the state fire marshal's office.
Okay.
I would say that if something happens between now and the 15th, we're all going to get a bunch of emails from the neighbors letting us know.
We better.
So comes to the 15th, the option is no renewal of the license.
If I hear that we're operating, that this business is operating outside of the scope that we're allowing for them to operate between now and the 15th, I will not be renewing a license for this business.
Well, you'll be voting if they're not reviewed.
I will be voting to not renew, yes.
I think we gotta give him a pass on tomorrow, because there's people that are already planning that he can't even reach, that are gonna be planning on dropping stuff off tomorrow, so I think that we should say from after tomorrow, so we can notify all his customers, no more for the next 2 weeks or whatever. In the meantime, unless he's gonna get up at 8, whatever, you wanna notify your customers.
Tell them to go.
I mean, just refuse it. He's under certain
Yeah, all right.
orders
You
that
can
he
do that.
refuses it.
All
There's
right.
no
Because
more.
we could make phone calls, and then all of a sudden you have a mad rush to bring in product, absolutely not.
He's got an
He's
order
already out
that
of
is.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, yeah, you
Yeah.
can refuse it.
All right, anyone want to make a motion? Oh, you got it?
I think we got it. So I would like to make a motion to allow, HT Auto LLC to operate for the next 2 weeks until our December 15th meeting, and their operations will be strictly and solely limited to removal of cars, parts, whatever, recycling, trash, in order to help abate some of the violations that they are currently imposed upon them
Not help, to abate.
to abate.
Continue the decision on the license until the 15th.
And continue the decision on the license until the 15th.
Did you want to add something, Mrs. Dan?
Mr. Solicitor, are we also continuing the public hearing? Keeping the public hearing?
We already closed it?
We closed it, but
Yeah.
if you want to continue it, we can reopen, we may have closed it, but we could reopen it and continue it.
I just don't want you to have to re-advertise it.
All right. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do that? Because since we're continuing the decision on the license,
Okay.
all you're doing is you're giving him a 15-day window, and you're not making a decision on the license tonight.
No.
So all you do is make a motion to reopen the public hearing, continue it to December 15th, continue the decision to December 15th, and then incorporate your conditions for this 15-day period, because his license technically expires today at midnight.
So
So-
it's 3 motions?
Yes, can we,
So I'm rescinding well, it wasn't even a full motion, I never got there, so.
Right,
I'm going to make a motion to reopen the public hearing for HT Auto LLC.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
I am going to now make a motion to continue the public hearing for HT Auto LLC until a date certain of December 15th, 2025, at the North Smithfield Middle School.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes. And last but not least,
I didn't vote.
oh,
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Go ahead.
sorry. Last but not least, I would like to make a motion to allow HT Auto LLC to operate for the next 2 weeks until December 15th, 2025, solely for the purpose of removing product, recycled vehicles, auto parts, et cetera, trash, from the property and not allowing any new vehicles or stuff to be delivered to the property. And we will hold off on making a decision on the license until December 15th.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Discussion by council vote or other action on North Smithfield Public Safety Complex Police Station. Ordinance authorizing the town of North Smithfield to issue general obligation bonds and/or notes in an amount not to exceed $9 million to finance the construction.
Council President, the solicitor is handing out an amended,
I was making a, I was.
Yes.
I was-
oh, okay. Sorry, didn't mean to trump you.
Well, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Good night, Carrie.
Nine. Yeah, I know. Sorry. Okay, thank you.
Is this an updated one? Yes.
All right.
This item here, the last one, is there any way you can move that up? At some point?
All right. All right, ready? All right, discussion by council vote or other action on North Smithfield Public Safety Complex Police Station. A, ordinance authorizing the town of North Smithfield to issue general obligation bonds and/or notes in the amount not to exceed $9 million to finance the construction, rehabilitation, and improvement of the town's public safety complex. One public hearing. Do we have to reopen it?
You do.
Okay, would you like to make a motion to reopen?
I will make a motion to reopen the public hearing for the Public Safety Complex, AKA Police Station.
Anyone like to speak on that?
I would just like to ask you, Councilman, during the public hearing before you close it, to make a motion to
Accept?
to accept the revised copy of the ordinance, the bond ordinance. It has basically some typographical errors that were corrected. If you want me to go over them, I can do that, but none of them are substantive. The attorney bond counsel can review the substance and confirm that the substance of the ordinance is the same. I believe that's true. Yes. But I just want to make sure we're acting on this revised document when the time comes.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ellen Corno. I'm a partner at Savage Law Partners. I've acted as bond counsel to the town probably, oh boy, 1996 maybe? That's so what you have in front of you is an ordinance that received first passage at the last meeting. You do have a revised version. The word construction in the title was misspelled in the prior one, and the word construction was missing from the form of question in section 12. So we added that, and those were the changes that were made. So I'm here to sort of, I mean, you guys have read the ordinance, you've looked at it. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. I can explain a little bit more of the process if that's what you'd like, but basically this ordinance authorizes you to issue up to $9 million in bonds and/or notes for purposes of construction, rehabilitation, improvement of the town's public safety complex. This is a permissive ordinance. You do not have to issue bonds because of it, but this allows you to do that. It permits the Director of Finance, the Town Council President, and the Town Administrator to set the terms, details, and conditions of the bonds, what will happen after the ordinance gets passed. The effectiveness of the ordinance will be subject to voter approval at a meeting that you've decided to be February.
Late, I'm not sure what the date is.
Okay.
The exact date.
I'm sorry, I'm reading.
Let me make
Okay,
sure. It's in-
okay, we'll get back to you on that one.
Okay, that's the other thing. The ordinance actually, the section 12, we'll need to amend this again because section 12 does have a blank, I think, in the ordinance, so we'll put the February 12th.
The date of the election
election.
set, what date?
February 3rd.
February 3rd.
So we'll amend the ordinance before to put the February 3rd date in there. Again, voter approval will need to happen, but after you have voter approval, after this ordinance passes, you get voter approval on the question, you'll be in a position to have all of your authority to issue the bonds for this project. Ordinance authorizes you to issue the bonds, to take any action necessary to keep the bonds tax exempt, which means you'll be able to borrow at more favorable interest rates because investors like tax exempt bonds and it's tax exempt for them, so that means you get to borrow at a lower interest rate. And it authorizes you to do what's necessary to comply with federal securities laws should you need to should the bonds be issued in a way that you need to comply with federal securities laws. It's my understanding from your financial advisor that they are recommending a competitive public sale. So you would need to go to the rating agencies and have your rating affirmed at that point. So there's a process that has to happen, but that will happen after the electors vote one way or the other on this question to issue bonds in February. So,
Council President, can I direct a question to the bond counsel? Yeah, just for point of clarification, per our conversations, this has been drafted in a way that we can actually expend, after the election, expend municipal funds,
correct,
reserve funds, and get reimbursed under the bond because of the way you've structured it.
correct. If you notice, Section 6 gives you permission to expend funds from the general treasury of the town in order to finance some of the costs. You can start even construction, because Section 9 is some magic IRS language here that says that that allows you to reimburse yourself with the proceeds of tax-exempt bonds, provided you follow these. You reimburse. Basically, it's a 3 years from the expenditure you can reimburse yourself.
So,
My only comment is that we keep referring to it as a public safety complex, and it's a police station. Does that ever get us in trouble for anything? Should we start really saying it's a police station as opposed to a public safety?
Sounds like the Hollowell multi-generational topic. I mean, I don't think
That's a whole different ballgame.
I don't think it really matters what we're calling it, but it's been referred to in all the architectural plans and such as a public safety complex, and we probably should remain consistent.
Okay.
Incorrect,
I
but
won't bring
consistent.
it up again. Yeah, so I'm glad you said it.
so should we refer to the public safety complex with the address, just so we're making sure that we're talking about the specific police station?
Yeah, because someone's gonna say, oh, they got 9 million, they're gonna go and do something,
I think that's a good idea, and I think that we could add that. So I'm kind of gathering we should move to amend and accept this substitute document, but also authorize bond counsel to add the date that we just talked about, and any other, the address, and any other non-substantive matter that's required just upon, final review of non-substantive matters. So a final document can be generated with adding those two things, the date and the address, and any other non-substantive matter that is deemed necessary, just because we keep on adding these little pieces.
So for clarity, I'm gonna make a motion to accept the revised ordinance.
I would just like to make a clarifying point, because I'm hearing that people are nervous about this bond because they think in us accepting or approving this ordinance that it means that we're going to definitively use the bond at $9 million. We are not, at this juncture, making any decisions on our funding strategy. We're not discussing whether it's hybrid. We're not discussing whether it's 100% funded by bond. That's not up for discussion at this point. We are solely approving this ordinance.
So why would you say it's not up for discussion right now? Because if we're gonna say, and I'm just putting it out there, Steve Massaroni said we could use up to 1.5 million if we wanted to, which in turn would basically reimburse the taxpayers what we used from the other bond. And then we talked about potentially not needing the elevator, which is another 500,000. Then we still have the bonds that were remaining. Remind me how much? Almost $1 million, right?
No, the public building bond?
All of them
It's about $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's like 2.5 there, and then we get rid of the elevator, so.
Because we're not talking about funding options tonight. We're only talking about approving this ordinance.
I understand that, but if we did collectively agree that we could go down that road, then we could put a bond out there for less money and say 7 million, because we know that there's other options out
We
there.
don't have to borrow 9 million.
We don't have to, but.
Could I just
Yeah, absolutely.
clarify something? What this ordinance does is it gives you the authority to issue bonds. It also delegates that authority to the finance director, the town administrator, and the president of the town council. So President Alves, along with the town administrator and the finance director, they will be now working toward issuing the bonds. So this does not have to ever come back. I just want to be clear. I mean, it doesn't necessarily come back to the town council for any authority to do this. Now, you're saying that you may do this, you may do that, you may, obviously, no one's going to do that without informing you guys, but technically what this ordinance is as long as you get your vote in February. So
if we get the vote in February, then the decision on how we want to fund the public safety complex, whether it's hybrid, whether it's 100% bond, whether it's general fund, is made by President Alves, our town administrator, and the finance director.
Can be. I don't think that's what the intent is. I think they're going to want to get your input, but based on this language, it can be. But I mean.
And if you also remember too, one of the trip points that we're looking at here is pursuant to the authorization granted at the last town council meeting to execute the construction, the CM contract, we hope to have a guaranteed maximum price, probably in mid-January. So based upon that guaranteed maximum price, the thought was that we would circle back and come with a more definitive position by the town council as to how it wanted to structure this in terms of a debt equity side.
Right. So we don't even necessarily have the knowledge right now to say that the bond should be this much, or the general fund, we should be using this much from the general fund, because we don't have that.
No, and the key here was to get this teed up so that we can get this, meet all the time frames that we have to commit to at the state level, so that we have the flexibility, but the more granular decisions can still come once we get the GMP back.
I mean, I am personally not comfortable going any lower than $9 million. Again, it's maximum. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to take out $9 million. I am obviously not in the construction industry, but my concern is that the police station is like an onion, and you just start peeling back layers, and then all of a sudden you have a lot more work there than we may have previously thought. And
smart.
And then we don't have enough bond and to cover, and we don't want to deplete the general fund based on some of the recommendations of.
I don't think there's been one public construction project that's within the last 3 years that's come in under budget. I think the last one was 4 or 5 years ago, right after COVID, with East Providence High School. But other than that.
Yeah, the positive thing that we have right now is that we're seeing a significant slowdown in the market. There's been a compression in pricing, which actually speaks well about the timing strategy that was adopted on this project and delayed a little bit. And plus, we adopted a construction manager approach on this project versus your typical design bid, which gives us considerable latitude with our CM to navigate the kinds of issues that are going to pop up in a construction project.
The only other section that I'm not incredibly comfortable with, based on some of the discussion, is there could very well be a chance that our funding strategy does not come back to the town council, that we can collectively discuss and decide. So I don't know how everybody else feels, but I would like for the funding strategy to be discussed and determined collectively by the town council.
That's what, 7?
Yeah. I mean, I am just one person sitting on the town council, so I'm open to everybody else's.
I agree with that.
I mean, I don't think we've ever that's never happened, but it's good to put it in there.
So I would suggest making a change to section 4, where it says manner of sale, amount, denominations, maturities, conversion or registration, privileges, interest rates, medium of payment, and other terms, conditions, and details of the bonds or notes may be fixed by the officers authorized to sign the bonds or notes. We take that out and we say, instead of may be fixed by the officers authorized to sign the votes, we'll say may be fixed by a future resolution of the town council. And it's resolution, not ordinance, so.
Resolution,
Yeah.
sorry. And then section 7, I believe, also needs to be changed because it refers to Director of Finance, President of Town Council, and the Town Administrator are also authorized, empowered, and directed on behalf of.
That I would say you don't need to change that, because those are the parties that are gonna actually kind of be the primary people that are doing this.
Okay.
But you won't be able to, I mean, they won't be able to do anything with, if you don't have a resolution.
Okay.
So.
Okay, thank you.
I think you're fine.
President, I just want to make sure, and we don't need to change section 2 either?
No.
Okay.
Because of, they want to at least have the ability to do 9 if they need 9.
Right, but this is it's indicating it's the president, the finance director of the town council administrator.
Because those are the authorized, the officers under
Okay.
your charter that have to
So
sign.
four circles it all back.
4 does it, right. Right. I wouldn't be able to give a legal opinion without a further resolution with that language that I suggested, so.
Okay.
Want to recite that language again for 4 now?
Do you want, yep.
And then, again, the clean copy is going to be generated, but should we get that language?
Delete, in section 4, delete the last line that says may be fixed by the officers authorized to sign the bonds or notes, and insert shall be fixed by a resolution of the town council.
So it sounds like the motion should include 3 parts, right, David?
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, say that again.
So we were going to first accept the first revision.
I thought we were going to do that.
And then we were going to go and do a motion for what we want to revise to the first revision. Because we were given this tonight, so we needed to accept this tonight, as this was going to be our second reading, correct?
So we're in a public hearing, and let's just go through this one more time. We've been presented, before we had any discussion, we were presented with a revised copy that had typos that bond counsel indicated. An R was missing in the first line, and the word construction was misspelled, and the word construction was missing in section 12. That was changed, and that was put before you. So the first motion I'd like is that you accept that.
So I got halfway there. So we'll start over.
Or close the public hearing first?
I don't think I want to do that. I think I want to get this amended to some point before we close this public hearing. Because I want to amend this, if there are going to be multiple amendments in this public hearing.
So I would like to make a motion to accept.
Where was the other construction? Because there's nothing into it.
At the
Section
very
12.
line,
bottom.
in section 12, the word construction was missing, as I recall.
Okay.
And that was inserted, is that right?
And since that's the question, that's the actual language of the question that's gonna go to the voters, it's important to have that in there.
So those 2 changes were made.
So I would like to make a motion to accept the ordinance as presented tonight, containing 2 revisions, one being the spelling of construction in the title and the addition of construction to section 12.
Second.
That's a motion. Is there a second? Did you second?
Yeah.
Okay. We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
And now, I'll give it a shot.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Wow.
Madam President, I'll try to give it a shot, just to outline. So what I'm gathering now, the next motion would be to authorize bond counsel to provide a clean version that includes the following changes. 1, add the date of the election, which is the February 3rd, 2026 in section 12. 2, add the address of the North Smithfield Public Safety Complex to be, which is the subject matter of this. And 3, to add the language in section 4 that she just described, where we would strike the words may be fixed by officers authorized to sign bonds or notes, and insert shall be fixed by a resolution of the town council. So those 3 changes, I'd ask you to make a motion to authorize the bond council to make those changes, and any other non-substantive changes that she deems necessary, in case she looks at this and finds another typo.
So moved.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, can we just accept that?
Can I do that?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Madam Clerk, do you have that? Do you have the motion clear?
I do.
Okay.
And I'll also go back and listen to it, but
Okay.
I know Ms. Cornell will have it as well.
Yep. So, you're still a public hearing? I don't know if you asked, does anybody else want?
Anybody else want to speak?
Does this gentleman want to speak? You want to speak on this?
No.
I'm excited for the new police station.
Glad to hear
Okay.
it.
Anyone else?
You're welcome to
All right,
stay.
so now we can close it.
Is there anything else? Satisfied?
Yep, but point of order here. Did they just adopt the ordinance? After,
No, so-
we're doing that now?
They amended the ordinance.
Okay,
Now
and,
they're gonna close the public hearing, and they've got the section on here, discussion of order of action. Is that correct?
Second hearing, I thought. Second hearing.
Second reading.
Right, second reading,
Oh, second reading, I'm sorry.
as amended.
All right, so motion to close the public hearing.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
So now is it a motion to accept the second reading as amended, as amended?
No.
Or just as amended? Okay. Motion to accept the second reading of the ordinance as amended.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Good.
Do we need to extend the meeting?
And we need to extend again.
so,
Just a half hour.
As long as they, again.
We need to
The
extend.
clerk is asking for a signature.
Uh-oh.
She'll take the signature pages, but the page 1, 2, and 3 will have to be provided tomorrow, I guess. Is that
so
possible?
is accepting the
Second reading.
second reading as amended, the adoption of the ordinance?
It is.
Yes.
Okay.
I-
And we can- we can-
Different
we-
from what
if
I
we want- If we need to clarify that, we can say a motion to approve.
Yeah, I was a little bit confused by that one too, so I guess
Yeah,
it's a
if you-
motion to approve the
Why don't we
ordinance.
Yeah, I
just-
think, I think the general knowledge would be that, oh, the second reading doesn't make it approved, doesn't automatically. So, I guess I will make a motion to approve the ordinance following the second reading as amended.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Now I would like to make a motion to extend the meeting until 11:30 PM.
It's a motion.
Second.
Second, any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. All right.
Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
Thank you for your
All right,
patience.
guys. All right, ECC for some reason is not on here, but they have an
saw
update,
that.
yeah.
Just-
All right.
Get you an update today.
Very quick. All right, I just gotta make a note that you're here, even though you're not on the agenda, to make a quick.
Oh, we're not,
You're
okay.
just gonna do a quick update, right?
That's all it is, yeah.
Okay. All right, so just point of order that ECC is here to make a quick update on the police station,
Public safety complex.
public safety complex.
And yeah, to go back to that, good evening, everyone.
Sorry
To
you
go
had to
back
wait
to that.
so long.
Oh, it's all right. To go back to that, that's what it was always named on the architectural drawing, so if we had to go back and change that, it would have affected everything, so. I do have some hard copies of that. This is a quick update. And we do have our friends from Paris on here that we introduce. Oh. If you want to go to the next slide, I see there. Yeah, just so quick update on where we are with the project now. We know last time we were here, or actually over the past 6 weeks, we did the budget review from the history of the budget. the schedule overlap from the original to the current. And last time we were here, we reviewed the contract with the CM at Risk Parasol Builders. That contract is currently still in review between Parasol and myself. That will be completed this week. The holiday kind of threw us off a bit, but there was no big comments from what we had for comments and what Parasol came back with, yes.
So when you say finalized CM contract, does that mean we're gonna have a GMP on Friday?
No.
Or you're just talking
No,
about?
that's just the
pre-construction
pre-construction,
stuff?
sorry, yeah, pre-construction, yeah. But that contract is fully signed, as it is, and then the part of that is GMP. That's one thing I was gonna bring up, I'll talk in about in a minute. So yeah, so we're working on that, we'll have that buttoned up latest by the end of the week, and get ready for signature. We've already started engaging with Parasol. They were at one of our building meetings this morning. We are starting to engage them on the pre-construction activities. So we have I'm going to call it a page turn, but we're flipping through the scope on Friday at the police station in person, going through that, going through schedule, phasing, and start all the discussions. Did you have a question?
No, I can't breathe out of my nose.
Oh, okay. I'm having the same problem, so I'm a little nasally. But all those activities have started. So we're working through those. The question came up earlier about the GMP. That is probably going to be more towards the end of January. One of the things with getting the estimate, so currently we're going to be going through the scope of the project with Parasol. Then we'll bring in their subcontractors to do the exact same thing, do, walkthroughs of the site during December, and then get their kind of estimates in, I don't mean to use air quotes, get their estimates in January. So that will develop that GMP for the end of January. So hopefully we'll have that.
Brian, on that, I would appreciate it if you push really hard to get that GMP before the 19th. Which is when the town council meets in January.
Okay.
Second meeting, I just think it's important that they have that because we're going to be quickly going into a special election in February.
All right, we'll work with Parasol to see what we can do. If worst case is, can we get a special meeting? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, some of the stuff that we're going through, you can see what we're going to review on Friday with the team, and schedule those site visits. The next one, I'll jump to the next one. This is just the milestone schedule that we're working through right now. I don't have the GMP on here, but I should. But that would be, like I said, late or mid to late January. Still on schedule for construction start March, April. Once we have that town vote, then we can go right into permitting, which 4 to 6 weeks. So that puts us in that March, April timeframe, mid-March. Any questions on any of that stuff?
One question.
Yes.
And maybe you can't answer this. Why wouldn't we start permitting sooner? If we're gonna, are we paying for the permit? Are we even paying for a permit?
We are.
I don't know if there's gonna be a permit fee associated.
Yeah.
But what would be, if we're within the 6-month period of starting, is there any reason not to go apply?
The only thing I would think, and maybe this gentleman can help me out with this, but if they're only on pre-construction tasks.
Yeah.
No problem with applying for the building permit.
All right, there you go.
As long as there's fees that are associated with that building permit, obviously.
Reimbursed? You have no problem with that, right?
Yes. Yep, so, there you go.
But it could say 4 weeks of review, so if you got closer to the
Yeah.
GMP, you were comfortable.
The only, I guess you can always amend the permit, but the only issue would be is if those estimates come in higher than we thought, and we have to start pulling out scope, but you can always amend the permit.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about that.
Yep. Well, with that, this is Parasol Builders. We got Kyle Lloyd, who is the VP, and, say it?
Good evening.
Yeah. And Dan Buckner, who's project executive.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Sorry I had to wait so long.
I feel like we're all friends now.
You've seen the work. You've seen the workings of the town.
Now you've met the family.
Any other questions for like Parasol or?
I want to make a motion to give them authorization to get going on permitting. Is that
It's
okay?
not on the agenda.
No? Okay. So, can we add that?
We can add it on the next agenda, yeah.
15th.
So the 15th?
You don't need to be there, right?
No, they don't need to be
Okay.
there,
Well,
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, we can just put it on, if you just send Joanne the, whatever we need it
Okay.
to say on the agenda, we can take care of that on the
All right,
15th.
perfect.
Yeah,
Yeah, that'd be great. We have it in our back pocket.
okay, perfect.
Okay.
Oh, we're good, thank you so much.
Yeah, you bet.
Appreciate you hanging out.
Yeah, thank you.
Just excited to get going. It's in front of us. It's an important project for us as a company. We're a small company in the state of Rhode Island, and we're ready to go.
Good, great. Welcome aboard.
Thank you very much.
Discussion by council vote or other action on payment of bills. Anyone have any questions on the packet?
I do.
Okay.
I have a few questions.
Go ahead.
I don't, I'm just gonna spit them out, Tony, and you'll be able to find the line items, I'm sure. The portable radios, were those the EMA radios that we approved during the budget season that we were going to be reimbursed for?
I'm pretty sure those are for, what number is it?
Tony?
Is it,
Second page, about 10th line, 12th line down.
is it on the check register, or are you talking about the,
No, I'm talking about.
it has a number on the very left, if
Oh,
you're talking
yeah,
about
I know.
the payments.
Hold on, Tony.
42.
Thank you.
42.
Yeah, at 42,
42,
43,
yeah.
Yeah,
44.
that's police.
Police?
Yeah, 4211 is police.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I didn't know if those were the EMA radios that were going to be reimbursed. Okay. Prism streetlights.
Yes.
Okay. So I see that we pay them a monthly maintenance fee of $3,400.
Yeah.
What
yeah,
does that actually entail?
That's for them to come out and maintenance any of the poles themselves or the lights.
Okay. Okay, so I drove down Route 7 the other day, and there are 6 streetlights out.
6.
probably weren't
6. No, they're out. And there were 2 out on Pound Hill Road. I had to call Ray, who connected me with Prism Streetlights. And the process is that the streetlights have to be, if they are out, they have to be identified by residents. They need a pole number, they need an address. So what sort of maintenance is Prism Streetlights doing on a monthly basis if the residents have to actually report outages and then Prism will then respond? Prism also recommended that when I had asked if they could do a drive-through and identify lights that were out, they actually said that they can't unless they have a police detail, and then we are responsible for covering the police detail. But their other recommendation was to work with our police department to have somebody go out and drive the streets for their police officers to identify lights that are out. So I'm having a hard time understanding what $3,400 is paying for a month.
Well, to my understanding, I've never been privy to the actual process of having them go out and.
Oh, I know all about it now.
Yeah, clearly. You know a little more. I mean, Ray could speak to more in terms of how the process gets done. But I just know that they're there for the maintenance factor. I don't know if Scott
They're
has
not
any
maintaining
idea.
anything unless people are actively reporting it.
Right, you have to actually report it to them as a resident. Get out of your car, kind of seems.
At night,
Yeah,
because you
yeah.
can't see that they're out during the day. So I'm gonna get out on Route 7 at night, and I'm
With
gonna
your
give you
flashlight?
Yeah, with my flash, my iPhone.
Can we just find out
Yeah,
what
we
the
have
Yeah,
actual maintenance?
I'll circle back with the Public Works Director, who's the one that works with Prism, to get greater clarity on this,
Yeah.
and we'll come up with a resolution as to how we get these things identified quicker.
Yeah, we need to understand, I guess, what the scope of their contract is.
That'd be good.
Okay.
You know, I don't always agree with you, but that was, I gotta say, that was impressive. Great job.
What, articulating all that?
No, just
No, driving around.
the whole
finding
thing that you, the whole, right
Oh,
from
I
soup to
was,
nuts.
I was very fired up one night, so I made sure to count all the way down Route 7, how many streetlights are out.
Oh,
Okay.
really, and then figuring out the whole process and all that, and you're right.
Listen,
You're right,
well,
we
Ray
shouldn't be
was out
paying
of
that kind
town,
of
so
money.
Ray made the mistake of directly connecting me with this woman.
Lesson learned for Ray, I would say.
Lesson learned for prison.
I know, I feel bad for Prism.
Yeah, no, I was
They're gonna be out here reading
I was
now.
very kind.
All right.
The only other question that I have, or it's really a request, the senior exercise classes,
Yes.
I would just appreciate like a delineation of like what classes they are. So we have Francis, I'm not going to pronounce the last name, $1,000 for November for just senior exercise class. Like, how many classes was that?
If you want it, so separating it out like that would require separate invoicing, which starts to add a lot more. What happens is Linda comes in and she has a invoice from each person, and that invoice itself has the breakdown of every single class that they do
Okay.
on that one invoice. So then we pay that one invoice through here. So if you ever wanted the documentation, the backup to that, I can always provide it to you separately, but having a separate invoice for every single class.
No, not for every single class. This is showing one invoice, 005 November.
What number is it?
For 4 different teachers, I would assume.
But it's probably for the whole month, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah,
It's one
yeah,
invoice?
that's what it is. They bill us monthly, and
Yeah.
then each one of those people, they are an invoice, as you can see here, and then on that invoice has a breakdown of every class that they've done. Linda signs off on it, Bobby signs off on it, I sign off on it, he signs off on it.
So that if you sign off on it, you have an understanding of how many classes Elaine Oliver taught for $650 for the month of November. So can you put senior exercise
For
class,
the month of November.
senior exercise yoga, 7 classes?
I can put, because they might be doing different classes, I can put like in parentheses or, in verbiage of how many classes, but they might be doing different types of classes,
Okay.
yeah. But I'll have Marie put in like number of classes.
And if you want, I can have Linda prepare a monthly
Yeah,
summary report of the stuff that they're doing.
I think that would be helpful, so
Sure.
we have that, line of sight.
Yeah, no problem.
And since it's a new program, and that was all I had.
Anyone else have any questions? All righty. You want to make your motion?
Yes, I will make a motion to approve the payment of bills for December 1st, 2025 in the amount of $362,002.54.
That's a
Second.
motion. Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Discussion by council vote, other action on status/progress report, items, update of charter review committee, Mr. Christopherow.
Okay, super quick. The Charter Review Committee did complete their end-to-end review of the charter. So our next steps are to consolidate, really the more legal-oriented questions that we have. We'd like to send those over to you, David, and then invite you to a future meeting so we can have more of a discussion. And then, once we have that meeting with David, we would then, the Charter Review Committee would then meet in order to consolidate all of our priority or prospective questions, and then we would then socialize it with the town council. So, we're moving along. We went through that charter a lot faster than I thought we were going to. That's it. That's my update.
Okay. New business, discussion by council vote or other action on purchase of a vehicle for North Smithfield Police Department.
Andy, can you pull up the specifics from Donovan's letter for me?
Yeah.
So I don't have the specific numbers, but during the budget cycle, we had requested 2 vehicles. One was going to be purchased using money from the cruiser account and $19,000 that was set aside for the capital budget. What are those exact amounts, Anthony?
There's $19,603.24 in the budget for, partially for a vehicle in the capital for the police department.
So I'm requesting the purchase of that vehicle, one, which is a replacement vehicle of the fleet.
And then $54,639.38 coming from the police detail cruiser fund.
So the total purchase is the 74,000, right?
Correct.
And we went with Dodge Durango because we were buying one. They were cheaper than the Fords, so we saved some money on it, and they're getting great reviews from state police who have purchased some, that the performance is a little better.
So the vehicles that you're referring to are not the vehicles that are included in the payment of bills, the 2025 Ford Explorer?
Separate, yeah, that was a separate thing from insurance,
Okay.
through insurance. Mhm.
Okay, anyone have any questions?
And we budgeted for these?
Excuse me?
Did we budget for these?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
I wasn't here personally during that budget.
Yeah, the 19 grand is in the general fund budget.
Okay. All right, anyone like to make a motion?
I just have one question.
Yeah?
So on Tony's memo, as of November 2025, detail account has approximately $59,416.23. We're withdrawing $200 more. How is that possible?
No, we're drawing 54,006.
54,630, 59, that's why, okay. Forget it.
What's that? All right, we'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Hasn't been approved yet.
All right.
Go ahead, David.
I'll make a motion to approve the capital vehicle purchase for the 2025 Dodge Durango with 19,000 plus coming from the capital budget, 54,639.38 coming from the police detail cruiser fund.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. House?
Yes. Discussion by council vote or other action on appointments to town boards/committees. You have a packet in your packet.
Packet in your packet.
Yeah.
So asset management, that's just the reappointment, right?
Yeah.
So we'll do that one. I'll make a motion to reappoint, I'm gonna, Rourke Maynard to the Asset Management Commission.
For a 5-year term.
For a 5-year term expiring 11/30/30.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. House?
Yes. The next one is Board of Assessment Review.
I will make a motion to reappoint Jeffrey Fontaine to the Board of Assessment Review for a 3-year term expiring 11/30/28, and point out that there is an open seat available.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. House?
Yes. Board of Canvassers?
No applicants?
No.
These are new seats that we just were informed that we have to have an alternate for each party, so we have no applications at this point, but we wanted to put them on here.
Okay, but there's out there that we
Yes.
need members, okay.
Mhm.
Budget Committee?
I will make a motion to nominate Ryan Hammond, who has been patiently waiting here all night.
Oh, absolutely, because you're here tonight.
You're on all the
You
boards and
got it.
committees. To the Budget Committee for a 3-year term with an expiration date of 11/30/28.
Second.
That's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
No, yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara? Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. House?
Yes. Thank you for stepping up. Appreciate it.
Of course. Thank you all for running the town.
We tried.
Welcome to the club.
We have.
I didn't type it.
What?
I'll look.
Are we reappointing Joe?
Someone wants to make a motion?
Well, for the Budget Committee?
Mhm.
Yeah.
All right, I'll make a motion to reappoint Joey Savini to the Budget Committee for one 3-year term expiring 11/30/28.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
No. Conservation Commission. We have a 3-year term expiring 11/30/28.
Can I just ask a question? And Joanne, I've seen a few resignations with this year's appointments. I know that we had a former committee member recommend that we do like an exit survey. Could we possibly engage these folks? I did speak with Tammy earlier, and she said there was really no context behind why a lot of them were resigning. So I don't know if an exit survey to better understand why they do not want to be reappointed is something that we could do.
We could. Would you like to create one?
I would like to create one. Yes, I will create one.
I mean,
If that's okay.
Even a lot of times, if they resign in an email, they sometimes give us some sort of feedback, you know?
Most of the ones that don't have any letter in here is because they just either called Tammy and said they're not
Yeah,
reappointed.
Tammy said that they should get any context.
So if we had an email, we would attach it, like an
Okay.
application.
All right, thank you.
But if you'd like, we can do that.
Yeah, I'll work with you to come up with, well, I'll come up with the questions and then we can
Okay.
work together. Okay.
So then I will make a motion to reappoint Michael Marseglia to the Conservation Commission for a 3-year term expiring November 30th, 2028. And also like to point out that there are 1, 2, 3 open spots
Mm-hmm.
on the Conservation Commission.
Potentially.
Well, no, 2.
Potentially 4, right?
Well,
Yeah.
Yeah, can we
2,
reappoint somebody who
potentially
hasn't
3.
responded?
Right,
Mhm.
because no, 4, potentially 4.
We have 2 open and 1 resigned and no
One
response.
Right, so potentially 4, okay. All right, so we have a motion. Did we have a second? Did anyone second that one?
No.
I'll second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara. Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
Joanne, as far as no response,
How long do we wait?
we don't take action, right? Like,
The no response are ones that we've either called them several times or emailed them several times, or both.
okay.
So once the committee has their first meeting, if someone misses 3 consecutive meetings, they're basically off the committee, right?
Once they let us know they haven't appeared at the meeting, but we won't know unless they do the roll call and send it to us.
But this individual's term expires, and they haven't responded as to whether or not they want to be reappointed, so then we would not be reappointing this individual at this time.
Mm,
But the white.
Right.
okay,
So then that would be 4 open seats.
Mhm.
yeah,
Okay. Okay.
all right. Groundwater Protection Committee.
I will make a motion to nominate Jacqueline Thistlewood to a
Second.
2-year term with an expiration of 11/30/26. Oh, wait, that's you, Town Administrator.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. No, you have to do it, you have to say it.
Yep.
I mean, if you want to
I'd
appoint
like
her.
to nominate Jacqueline Thistlewood to a 2-year term for the groundwater protection.
Okay. And that's not with town council approval,
No.
right? Okay. Historic District Commission.
I'll make a motion to reappoint Elizabeth Martin and James Swizerbin to the Historic District Commission for 3-year terms expiring 11/30/28, and point out that there is an open seat on the Historic District Commission.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Juvenile Hearing Board.
I will make a motion to reappoint Timothy Gernon to the Juvenile Hearing Board for a 3-year term expiring 11/30/2028.
And do you want to accept the other one?
I was gonna do a separate vote.
Oh, okay, all right, that's a motion. Any discussion? I'm sorry, is there a second? I'll second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
And I will make a motion to appoint Michael Cody to a 3-year term on the Juvenile Hearing Board.
Second?
Expiring 11/30/28.
Expiring 11/30/28.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. Planning board?
I will make a motion to reappoint Jeffrey Porter for a 5-year term with an expiration of 11/30/30.
Second.
That's a motion. A second. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
I'd also like to make a motion, because I did discuss with Ryan beforehand, if we did appoint him to the Budget Committee, if he'd still also like to be on the Planning Board, and he said that he would. So I'd like to make a motion to appoint Ryan Hammond. Since we don't have anybody in alternate 1, I think alternate 1 instead of alternate 2. Does that make sense? For a 1-year term with an expiration of 11/30/26.
Second.
That's a motion. A second. Any further discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes.
So now we have 1 alternate seat open on the Planning Board.
Yes.
Personnel board?
I'll make a motion to reappoint Michelle Dobson to the Personnel Board for a 2-year term expiring 11/30/2027.
That's a
Oh,
motion.
Town
Wait a minute.
Administrator.
Oh,
Yeah, you-
Sorry, I'm taking back my
Are you
motion.
paying attention?
We'll have to put those in a different color.
I'd like to reappoint Michael Dobson for a 2-year term for the Personnel Board.
okay, and that is with town council approval, so we're approving the town administrator's recommendation for Michelle Dobson for Personnel Board for a 2-year term, 11/30/27.
Is that your motion?
Yep.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad.
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow.
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara.
Yes.
Mr. Punchak.
Yes.
Ms. Alves.
Yes. We have no one applying to the Public Art Advisory.
And no town council member that's interested. I'm already on 2. I would actually do this one.
If there was actually people on it, I would.
It's actually, it is a pretty full board.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, a
I was
committee.
talking to,
It's only one person, we need.
yeah, she just said that there's a new appointed person, and they're
Yeah.
actually gonna start spending money.
Oh, good.
How often do they meet? Once a month?
I have no idea.
They
about
just
it.
started.
Yeah.
I can't overcommit. My husband will kill me.
Do you want to go
You
on?
can-
I guess I opened my mouth on
You
that
said
one.
it, right?
Okay,
All right.
who's nominating John?
All right, I'll nominate John Biragad as a town council member to the Public Art Advisory Committee for a 2-year term, expiring 11/30/20, oh, wait a minute.
I'll volunteer
Wait a
for
minute,
that.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, Claire wants to be on it?
Claire
wait a
wants
minute,
it.
it says 11/30/26.
While I'm here,
Is
I
it-
want to get, your front door
Mhm.
is not decorated.
It's a 2-year term.
They're going to be decorated.
So
It's not,
it's, this might be continuation. I'll have to look at it, but it might be a continuation of someone who resigned.
Yeah, it should be coterminous with
Yeah.
elections.
Okay, so for expiring 11/30/26, that's a motion.
Second.
Wait, Claire
wait.
said that.
Who's doing it?
Claire.
Claire, do you want to be on it?
No, John is.
John, for the, yeah, I said I would. Do you want to go on?
Yeah, well, if she wants it, she.
John, we'll do it together.
Well, there's one seat, Claire.
All right, well, we just made a motion, so we're.
Yeah.
Well,
So-
All right, I'll do it, I'll do it.
All right, so we,
Okay,
so
John.
Then if I
John,
die, you just
all right,
replace
so
me.
We made a motion and a second
I did
for
create that part.
John.
Yes, you did.
Any
Who-
discussion? Roll call, please.
Can you just back up for 1 second? Who made that motion?
I did.
And I
Okay.
seconded.
All right, sorry. And John or Claire?
John?
Okay. Mr. Biragad?
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punjak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. All right, Public Safety Commission?
Thank you for having faith in me.
Absolutely.
Just stay under budget.
Didn't you start that?
I did.
I will make a motion to reappoint Richard Savaria to the Public Safety Commission for a 3-year term expiring November 30, 2028.
That's a motion. Is there a second? I'll second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad?
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Sewer Commission?
I'll make a motion
Thank you,
to
Peter.
extend the meeting another
15 minutes.
15 minutes, so to 11:45.
Yeah. So, motion, you did, I'll second.
Missed the 11 o'clock.
Any discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad?
For William Durham?
Extend
No,
the
15
meeting.
Oh, yes.
Mr. De Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punjak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. We haven't had a meeting this long anyways. All right,
Uh,
Sewer Commission?
I will make a motion to reappoint William Dory to the Sewer Commission for a 5-year term expiring November 30, 2030.
That's a motion. Is there a second? I'll
I'll
second. Okay.
Okay.
Any discussion?
I gotta say, that's one appointment we're lucky to have that guy on the,
He's amazing.
he is. Yep.
And we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Roll call?
Mr. Biragad?
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. And
Right,
zoning
anymore.
board?
I will make a motion to reappoint Robert Najarian, Andre Gill, and Joey Savigny to the zoning board. Mr. Najarian is for a 5-year term expiring November 30, 2030. Mr. Gill and Mr. Savigny are for 1-year terms expiring 11/30/2026.
That's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Mr. Biragad?
Yes.
Mr. Christopherow?
Yes.
Mrs. O'Hara?
Yes.
Mr. Punchak?
Yes.
Ms. Alves?
Yes. Okay, last one. We're not done yet. Open forum pursuant to 42-46-6D, maximum 3 minutes per person. Mr. Hammond, would you like to say anything?
I just want to thank everyone who spent half of the week here, taking time out of their days, from the excellent tech support that allows everyone to see it at home, to the town staff and the town council. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks for
being
sticking it
here.
out with us.
Yeah, and now joining committees, thank you.
We can always
Appreciate it.
depend on you being here.
You should consider running for council one day.
All right, and the last one is to adjourn. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye.